For anyone who's standing, if you would like a chair, there are some piled up over here. Please feel free to grab one. You up and running? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 8th regular meeting of Council for the 2022 calendar year. I would like to ask for the approval of the amended agenda, moving item number 9 to item number 8. Reversing those two. Moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Councillor Olson. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. I'd also like to mention that Councillor Miller is absent this evening due to business, and Councillor Bigger is joining us virtually. A couple of comments tonight. As the nice weather is upon us, I'd like to just let everybody know that we now have 3 outdoor patios at various restaurants in Quispamsis. One at a new one that just opened, a rooftop, Terraza, at Mises, one at Second Cup, and one down at the St. Louis Bar and Grill. So I hope that we'll have lots of time to take advantage of the great outdoors at those different places. I would also like to invite all Quispamsis residents to take part in Participation Community Better Challenge as we strive to be named Canada's most active community. I hope that you will download the free app and get ready for the Participation Challenge, which will be here throughout the month of June. The community that accumulates the most participation minutes during the month of June will win $100,000. So let's get moving, because we know that physical activity and sport help us strengthen our community. So for more information, please go to participation.com. And as Joanne and Hal would say, keep fit, and be happy. I ask for the treaty acknowledgement and moment of reflection by Councillor Olson, please.
We would like to respectfully acknowledge that Quispamsis exists on the traditional territory of the Wolastoqiyik, Maliseet, and Mi'kmaq people, whose ancestors, along Passamaquoddy tribes, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s. We would like to take this moment to pay respect to the elders, past and present, and the descendants of this traditional territory. We would also like to take this moment to reflect on our solidarity and support for the people of Ukraine, acknowledging that Canada has the third largest Ukrainian population in the world, behind Ukraine itself and Russia. And may we remind ourselves of the important work we have before us tonight. May we make good decisions without prejudice or bias, and always in the best interests of our community, which we are here to serve.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Looking for a disclosure of interests. Seeing that there are none, we will move on to item number 5, presentations. This evening we have a presentation from our Director of Engineering and Works, spokesperson for the Active Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, Mr. Loge.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's always good to be on this side of the podium speaking to you. I'm usually asking for money. I suppose this is no difference. So we're looking at the community, and it's a segue from your announcement from Hal and Joanne about the participative action. As we move through the community and are looking at a master transportation plan, Council felt that it was really appropriate to look at how the master transportation plan, how it relates to active transportation. Active transportation really is a focus of most communities as they grow, as they become a draw for residents, to attract residents through each of their communities. So Council has asked a varied member of our community to act as an ad hoc committee to provide some input into the development of our transportation master plan, specifically as it deals with active transportation. Now, the committee itself was formed of myself and the Director of Community Services, Councillor Luck, members of the committee, Wayne Aerosmith, Margie Leclerc, Daryl Steves, and Your Worship, you were as an ex officio member, which we had a wide breadth of exposure to different points of view when it comes to active transportation. When we look at the experience that was presented in the group that we had, it was very valuable because we got to see points of view from all across the spectrum of active transportation. It was, as an ad hoc committee, we had a defined mandate. It was set to make sure that we could be able to provide council with some specific recommendations in a set timeline, and we're here to present those to you this evening. Health Canada has identified active transportation as being able to get from one place to another under your own power, and their definition has everything from walking, cycling, skateboarding, longboarding, anything that uses human power. And I'm sure that the community has seen pretty much every one of these examples of active transportation. There are social and economic benefits associated with active transportation, and not to mention the health benefits associated with that as well. One of the things that our committee wanted to ensure that we looked at it, we took into consideration that there is a difference between active transportation and active living. You could define active transportation as those modes of transportation, the way to get from here to there. But the thing that we wanted to make sure that was reflected in our discussions was the fact that active transportation itself evolves into active living. Active living is that point where you get into your daily routines. You have some point of ability to exercise, to stay fit. All of a sudden, getting from point A to point B, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond the fact that you're using a bicycle to get from point A to point B. Now using a bicycle becomes a part of your everyday life. So now you're evolving into active living. I think that's a component of this group's discussion that we really wanted to emphasize as part of our presentation today. With the community, when it came right down to it, we're establishing these networks for the residents. And The residents are the ones that are going to decide what they feel is appropriate. So when we look at the community, is active transportation, is AT so I could get it all in one header, is AT a priority for the community? That is a question that we as a committee, as an ad hoc committee, is posing to you as council members. It's beyond our mandate to say it is or it isn't. You as decision makers have to decide, well, are we going to make this a strategic priority for the community? You know, we've had background documents prepared by our consultants and Globe as they prepare our transportation master plan. And the message that they're getting is very clear. The residents want a transportation system that has a choice, has some flexibility, it's safe, and it's well maintained. So we know that that demand is out there, that interest is out there. So when we look at the question, are we going to make active transportation a priority for the community? Then we look at how are we going to focus that? Are we going to be a car-centric community? The cars are the main reason you design streets, and all of a sudden the people are at the bottom? Or are we going to take the first view of all of our infrastructure that we've in place, the people are going to be at the top, and the vehicles are at the bottom? And it's a hierarchy that we have to decide how we want to do it, because what it does is it establishes a lens through which we look at all the decisions that we make when it comes to building our infrastructure, making decisions, establishing budgets, things of that nature. So that's a key component that we feel that council is going to be able to discuss as you evolve your strategic plan, as you evolve your strategic priorities, as you evolve your budgets over the next few years. That should be a point of interest for you to decide in that phase. So we'll get right down into some of the nitty-gritties of the committee recommendations. We provided you with a report. Basically what we did is we met regularly, monthly, for the last 6 months, had different areas of discussion, focused on some different components, and now what we've done is summarized basically our discussions into key focus areas that we think really should be used as to help you with the lens through which we look at active transportation in the community. First off, we feel that the town should really be undertaking an extensive education program, and not so much as to say, okay, we're going to have a classroom of people and sit you down and do what it is, but we should be the people that facilitate this, be able to make sure that that message is clear, whether it's how do you use a bicycle lane, when do you walk against the traffic or with the traffic, the most basic things, but also the fact that we're looking at, we are building a new street. We're going to be including a trail. It does not have a bike lane because of this. We have to be very open in how we educate the community on what we're doing when it comes to active transportation. We want to make sure that it's directed to the infrastructure that we have. It's no use deciding that we have an education program for longboarding when there are no longboard users or facilities that could suit it. So we want to make sure that it's very specific to the community. And we want to make sure that we humanize it. We make sure that there's personal examples, that we can show the fact that this is not a foreign issue to the municipality at the large. We've got a walking group, we've got a cycling group, we've got runners in the community. All of those people have specific examples of things that have happened to them because of what is going on in the community. I can, and I'm sure the committee members that are here this evening, every single one of the committee members, the number one comment that I recall hearing them all say is that I was cycling or I was running and I had to keep one eye on my bike or my trail and my other eye was looking at a vehicle because I know that somebody had a phone and they were doing this. So the distracted driving component when it comes to active transportation is crucial. That was one of the key things that we came to an understanding. So that is not an education issue that we take it as a community strictly for AT. That is a motor vehicle issue. That is a police enforcement issue. Distracted driving really will impact the safety and the pleasure with which most people use the AT network that we have in the community. That's why we diversify the AT network. That's why you're not just a road-bound AT system. You're not a walking lane or a cycling lane. You look at off-road trails. You look at interconnected trails. That's what makes a comprehensive AT network. We spoke about how do we look at the issues. We want to make sure that there are specific issues, drivers with which you use to make those decisions. Quality of life is a driver. Climate change is another driver. Using these educational opportunities to make sure that any decisions that we make are clear on what are we using to make this focus. Are we looking to help the town reach our climate change goals? We're taking vehicles off the road. Are we looking to make sure that we have an active community and they're all getting healthy? We're lowering overall healthcare costs. Are we using the need of asset management to then decide, all right, we can put in a sidewalk because we can afford to pay for it, but we can also afford to maintain it after the fact. So all of these things have to be taken into account when the time comes to making a decision, what kind of active transportation network do we want to develop within the municipality? We also thought that from a third recommendation that we wanted to make sure that when we followed on through the asset management side of things, we said, okay, how are we going to pay for this? It's not just asset management, we're paying for it. So one of the opportunities that we recognize is that Infrastructure Canada has an active transportation fund. So we're not paying for it on our own. We can actually use this to develop a specialized or detailed phased AT plan. There's grants available that we can use this. We would identify priorities. We would even design specific infrastructure to the needs of our municipality. We recognize that a lot of the streets are already built, they're already constructed. Are we looking at AT networks that take advantage of the existing right-of-way? Are we looking at AT that is built on new green fields? Are we looking at recycling some of the existing trails that we have, making them more user-friendly? The benefit of an active transportation fund that is available, it gives us the opportunity to leverage other people's money to help us spend some of our own money. That brings us to the fact that we have to do a planned approach. It's no use to decide, okay, we want to build all sidewalks all the time, but then nobody uses it. We want to say, okay, where are the users? Are they along the QR trail? Are they on the sidewalks? Are they going to the Qplex, to the schools? All right, those are the key points. How do we plan to make sure that the most users get the most benefit at the right time? So those are the things that we discussed when it came to deciding how we want to do this in a planned approach. We want to do things correctly. We want to make sure we don't spend good money out after bad. We want to make sure that we're making sure that we take the streets or the routes that have the biggest impact. We want to make sure that if you have a planned street paving exercise and you're already going to be paving a roadway, we are going to be paving a roadway, would it cost to incrementally increase the capacity of that roadway by way of a walking lane, a bicycle lane, a trail offshoot, things of that nature? So that, going back to the comment about different lenses, this is a budget component that we look at. So we have to look at things like, for example, is a separate dedicated bike lane needed? Do we meet the specifications? There are certain guidelines that the Transportation Association of Canada have when it comes to deciding, is a bike lane warranted? It's traffic volumes, speeds of that nature. Our community is very is semi-rural in nature in that the densities and the volumes are not there. Other than 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, 5:30 at night, you can pretty much lay down in the middle of any street in the town, in a subdivision, and there won't be anybody using you as a speed bump. But those times are the times that you decide, okay, are those when people want to use the AT the most? So now you're going to say, all right, yes, we want to get people to school. We know that getting out of Queensberry subdivision, for example, out of any of the subdivisions, is busy on this one particular roadway. Does that merit us having a walking trail to Saunders School or Quispam Elementary or Lakefield? So those types of decisions that we want to make that are planned and specific to the community. On number 5, we are looking to go back to our decision about is AT a priority with a people approach. We want to make sure that we're framing those decisions with that personal perspective in place. Make sure that decisions take into account the fact that, yes, if it's going to be a multi-use trail, it's not just for walkers. You might have cyclists, you will have strollers, you will have dog walkers. Are they all suited to be in 4 feet? Should it be 8 feet? Should it be 10 feet? Should it be divided, 2 lanes? So those types of the decisions that you want to be able to make when you look at your focus. Making that user safety. We spoke a little bit earlier about distracted drivers. Now you have the opportunity to say, we'll take that out of the equation by making sure that they are protected by an off-road trail or something else. We want to make sure that if we have the opportunity to start brand new, fresh, everybody says if you had a wish and you had a blank page and you wanted to start with something, where would you start? We can say, okay, we're developing new subdivision standards. As part of our new subdivision standards, we have to make sure that there's an allowance for some type of active transportation in that subdivision, whether it's land for public purposes, that is a green space or playground, that's a destination, or whether it's a widened roadway, or whether that's inherent traffic calming built into the subdivision that slows traffic down to make it safer to walk on the side of the road. So those are the types of decisions when it comes to making sure that you're taking a look at the people requirement. I spoke a little bit about the key points, that connectivity between schools, key destination areas. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to say, I've gone for a bike ride, and at the end of the day, I've gone for the bike ride, and we stop at Amici's or Terrasso, and we spike the bike, and we walk up and have an adult beverage or a lemonade at this spot, and you jump back on your bike and you go. So those types of connectivity issues are things that drive the use of your active transportation network. That's what drives the ability to be able to say, all right, I feel good that after work, I've worked my legs off, but I'm gonna go for a walk, not just because my wife makes me go for a walk, because I wanna go for a walk. So that's because you have a place to go, there's some connectivity. Or you're gonna go for a bike ride because you know, I can go for a bike ride and I'm not just gonna go in a circle, I can go through a scenic route, or I can go through a trail, and and it's different, something different all the time. So that connectivity really makes active transportation the ability to transform from just a way to get from here to there to transfer to active living. We also recognize the fact that the streets exist now as they are. It's a conundrum. They exist because they are. But the thing is then, how do we deal with the streets that are there now? There are some high volume streets. There are some high traffic streets, high speed streets. What do we do to make them safer? Is there education or enforcement that's required to be able to take the streets that we have now to be able to get us to that next, while we have the ability to leverage funds or grants or whatever it is to build the infrastructure that we want to have? Do we develop safe corridors? Do we take some things that we've already learned, things that we've already done on other locations? Okay, we can leverage that into new subdivisions. Something as simple as saying, well, yes, we'll narrow down a roadway surface and we'll paint the street narrower. People may not like it in their vehicles because they have to think about how they're driving, but what it does is it gives us an extra 2 feet or 3 feet on either side of the road, or 4 feet on one side. Now it's a safe zone for pedestrians or cyclists. And that's the same type of thought process when it comes to traffic calming. You've got to be able to make motorists aware of where they are, what's going on around them, because they're paying attention to the street, whether it's a traffic hump, whether it's a narrowed roadway, or whether it's a chicane. They're watching where they go, what's around them, as opposed to watching what's the little screen in front of them. Quispamsis is as unique as its name. We want to know that not everything works. There's all cookie cutters all over the place. So we have to make sure that we have to take into account what's good for the community in a certain specific areas. We want to make sure that we set some specific standards, whether it's new streets or building new construction. We want to set the standards for our street capital program. We want to be able to envision where we want to go as a community. One of the issues that comes up a lot is that a lot of these places that people ride cycles in the wintertime or they run all year round is because they can. You see all the pictures on the magazines. They're in California. They're in Florida. They're not in Quispam where sometimes there's 8 feet of snow. Okay, in the snowbanks. So what do we do? So the time is coming now. You say, all right, yes, let's plan the fact that we know in the wintertime you have snow, so we design it accordingly. Or Quispam is a hilly community. There's all kinds of hills. I'm not walking up that hill, but this day and age, they've got the e-bikes. They've got other methods of transportation. You get to the top of the hill, pedaling up is hard. Pedaling real down is real easy. So you only have halfway to battle. So town-specific issues come up. And those are the things that you want to make sure that we plan to do when it comes to standards for AT. The standards go back to a hierarchy. It's no use to say, okay, the same thing applies to all the streets. We recognize the fact that traffic on Hampton Road is going to be different than traffic on Cedar Ridge Boulevard. That's going to be traffic different. That's going to be on Pete Drive. That's going to be different than traffic on Bentley Court. That's that hierarchy of streets that you go into. On a little court that's 8 feet wide, 2 lanes 8 feet wide, it's going to be more than appropriate. You don't have to go through there and say, okay, we're going to build a 6-foot bike lane and a walking lane on Bentley Court because there's no traffic there and there's never going to be any traffic there for 4 houses. So that's where you look at the hierarchy of the road network that you have in the community, decide, okay, we're going to build this appropriate to the hierarchy. As we venture out of the subdivision, as we venture into the larger community at large, that's when we think that, all right, do we feel safe making this a walking lane, or should we have a dedicated path out of the subdivision? So those are the types of decisions that you make when it comes to that hierarchy that you have in place in the municipality. One aspect that really took over a lot of our discussion was opportunities for the town. And the biggest opportunity, two biggest opportunities, this one was one of the top two, is the development of the Gondola Point Arterial, Route 119. Right now, it was described as a scar through the community. You take it from the ferry to the highway. It's controlled access. It's owned by the province of New Brunswick. We have no jurisdiction over that roadway whatsoever. To the point of there's a raccoon in the middle of the roadway, and as much as we'd like to say it's somebody else's job, on the arterial, it is somebody else's job. They paint around it or whatever they do, but so they change the signs. The province is responsible for that roadway. As a community, we have very little input into that, and we have little jurisdiction. Even the ability to put in the traffic circle, that was a cost-shared exercise that the province had to agree to and sell as their initiative so that we could get that in place. Even though we pushed and members of council pushed that, it did come down to the fact that it still wouldn't have gone ahead if the province hadn't said to us, yes, we'll cost share with you on that. So when it comes to the arterial, that presupposes, the bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity, is what the committee felt. Imagine seeing, at the very least, they take the guide rail off and they make that, add a width for people walking or cycling, the full length of the arterial, from the ferry to wherever. Those would have to be a major spine, you would have offshoots off that. Take the same opportunity and say, all right, we don't want to have anything to do with the asphalt, but the province owns 80 feet of right-of-way through there. Give us 12 feet, or volunteers, we'll get budget, we'll get whatever, and we'll build a 12-foot dedicated pathway off of the road right-of-way through there. It could be year-round, it could be gravel, it could be evolved to whatever division that we have as a community for that right-of-way. So we felt that this is one specific recommendation that, of anything that we could undertake and make a recommendation to council, that at every opportunity we would want to make sure that we have those types of discussion with the province to get them on board, because regardless of who's our MLA, things happen very slowly at the provincial level when you want stuff. And if you want something 10 years down the road, pardon the pun, you've got to start looking for it now. And to link to that, we recognize that we don't operate in a vacuum. As a community, there's going to be key partners that are going to involved in the future planning of our active transportation network. Whether it's the town of Rothsay, you can't get from here to there without getting through Rothsay. You can get that way without going through Rothsay, but then you got to go through Hampton. So there's partners all around, and we want to make sure that if we're building a two-lane combined walking bike path and it stops at the Rothsay boundary, is it going to go into a two-lane walking bike path, or is it going to go into a one-lane bike lane and there's no walking lane, or vice versa? They come to us with the Taj Mahal of AT, and it comes to our boundary and there's nothing there, which is the case now in most situations. Some of the sidewalks they have butt up against the municipality. We haven't developed anything at this stage of the game. That's a conscious decision that we have to say, how are we going to improve that? So those are the types of partnerships that you want to get into. Do we take advantage of CN right-of-way? Do we take advantage of the province of New Brunswick? Do we take advantage of Envision St. John and their potential for grants? Any of the walking, cycling groups, vendors. There's all kinds of opportunities to leverage the discussions that we have about AT. So we all talk about what we want to do, what's going to happen, but it's really doesn't pay any benefits if you don't follow through. Make sure you say, did we do anything? Yes, no. Do we review it? Do we have that feedback loop? Do we have the opportunity to have some review, whether it's internally or with the public or with an end user group? How did we do this year, or how have we done in the last 2 years, or whatever that decision is going to be? We want to make sure that there's an opportunity for that to come into play. And I think that's one of the recommendations that we had, is that the active transportation efforts to date have been well received, and they're very valid. Some of them are 10, 12 years old. But now we step back and say, okay, now the time is the standards have changed a little bit. The expectations have changed a little bit. What are the things that are valid now? I talked about those e-bikes. 10 years ago, nobody ever heard of an e-bike. An e-bike was, if you had your initials, you were Eric and it was your bike, you painted E on your bike, that was it. Here, these things, they're fat tire bikes, they're multi-purpose bikes, they're all over the place. And it's gonna make, I don't know how it's gonna make it easier to exercise, but it's gonna make it easier to get around, So that was one of the key things that we wanted to focus on as well. So to wrap it up, our next steps or pedals or however we want to say that as we move forward on active transportation is really the three main focus areas for council. We feel that our package of recommendations really should be referred to our consultant that is preparing our transportation master plan. They would take some of the ideas, some of the recommendations, and make sure that they incorporate that into their planning document to make sure that they are looking through the same lens, as I said earlier, as we were when we were looking at these issues. We want to make sure that the active transportation discussion continues at this regional level, whether it's Hampton, Rothsay, St. John. There's a vested interest because it's been said around. You can't get there without going through someplace else. If you're using it to go to work, if you're using it to go to shop, using it for extra, whatever it is, you cannot work in a little island. You have to make sure that you look at the region as a whole. So that's a second key recommendation. And finally, what we felt that there were some immediate action items that the council could have, one of which is being the development of the public education program. The Community Services Department is excellent at evolving their information packages that they have. They hit the education to the people that learn it the best, the little kids in the community, because then the little kids tell the parents, and then that's how the parents learn, it's because the little kids told them. So that's one of the areas of focus. Secondly, to reiterate the discussion about Route 119 at any opportunity, if we have the opportunity to meet with members of DTI or members of the provincial caucus, we should be pushing that on them as soon as we can. Sometimes it's going to be just like the water going through the stream, and it wears a big hole, and eventually it was just a puddle. Now it's a river. So if we're forceful enough, if we're consistent enough, maybe we'll be a big river of an AT coming along the arterial. So those are the comments that we've got for as a group. I really have to give credit to Councillor Luck, Wayne Aerosmith, Daryl Steves, Margie Leclerc, and Dana Burton-Dixon. The committee as a group didn't choose me as a chair or anything like that. I just happened to be the lucky one that put this on PowerPoint together, and so I get to stand up here. But it was a consensus-based decisions. There's really no dissension when it came to discussion. Everybody had valid points. We tried to reflect that in the recommendations that were made this evening. So if anybody has any questions or we want to get on to the rest of the evening, that's fine too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loge. Simply because we do have a lot of people here this evening, this is just one small example of the level of work and the level of service that is provided through the Community Services Department, through Ms. Burton-Dixon, and through the Department of Engineering and Works, Mr. Gary Loge. And, a lot of thought, a lot of time, a lot of energy goes into all the decisions that we make here. So I'd like to thank Director of Community Services, Ms. Burton-Dixon, and Mr. Loge, Director of Engineering and Works, for the time, energy, and effort. Councillor Luck, Ms. Leclerc, Mr. Aerosmith, and and Daryl Steves, for everyone for the time that they've put into this project over the last 6 months. It's a living document, and it will see us through for many years to come. So I see some people with either comments or questions. Deputy Mayor Scryer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all the committee members for your hard work and the staff. It was an excellent presentation. So I have two questions. One is one of the big issues that I hear a lot about every day in the community is speeding. And it's, the amount of money that we spend on trying to reduce the speed, putting in traffic circles and calming measures, that's all money that could go to other projects if people would slow down. So I guess my question is will the police be a partner within this project and part of the education component? That's my first question. And my second question is how do we flip that hierarchy? Because I would suggest that we are very much car-oriented in the valley. Everything is roads. When's my road going to be fixed? What can we do to this road? What can we do to that road? And it's not how can we walk? How can we travel? We know that during COVID, Dana Purton-Dixon from social or community services, the numbers that went up in our trail, the use of our trails just skyrocketed, like the numbers of it. I know the province was quite interested in to see how we tripled in our numbers of people actually walking. So those are two concerns that I have and how we're going to change that. And change is hard when you're used to having a community that's so automobile focused.
So to your 2 points, yes, the police will be definitely a key component of the education program when it comes to distracted driving. And one of the lenses that we would recommend that we look through the documents is in accordance with the Motor Vehicle Act. The Motor Vehicle Act is a key component for anybody using the roadways. So obviously the police will be a key component of anything that we do when it comes to AT. As far as the traffic calming components, that's when we talk about the examples that we've done in other areas. So we know that in Queensbury, for example, people may not like the humps, they may not like the chicanes, but they do like the little narrowings that are now, or things like that. So now we say, all right, if we're leveraging that information and we decide, okay, that's where we want to take our direction. Now, all the decisions that we make, we chip away at that triangle, the upside down triangle. And small steps, again, pardon the pun, but they're small steps. If you decide, okay, we're going to pave a street, and the first question is there a bike lane on that street? There, you've started to change the triangle. If you say, we're paving a street, does it connect with anything? Does it connect to schools? Now you're changing the thought process. If you're saying, we're paving a street because that means I got to get to the highway faster, you're going the other way. You're making a vehicle decision. So those are the types of things that my staff have been looking at as we change our street capital program, is to say, okay, is it a small street? Is it a court that has nobody on it? Is it a side street? Is it a collector road? If we had a hierarchy, then we can say, oh, we're going to focus cars on that major collector road, but everybody else has to have an AT component. You put the traffic where it is, and that's part of that process, just one step at one decision at a time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scryer. Councillor Luck, and Councillor Luck, if I didn't thank you for all your contributions on that committee, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was actually ready to put a motion forward. I didn't want to, if anyone else had any questions. I did want to propose just one slight change to the motion, just in terms of point 12, where we talked about ongoing annual review of action items and future AT plans with public and user groups. I was wondering if we could add that as the last bullet point, and then I can read, if everyone's okay with it. I guess I can read it like that, and then if council's okay with it, we'll see. But I think, as Mr. Logier had pointed out, it's important to kind of keep this top of mind. And I think trying to move our community from a car-centric to a person-centric vision, it's always nice to kind of keep it top of mind. So I think having this as a bullet point will also help with that. And I did want to, again, thank the group. It was a privilege and pleasure working with Mr. Logier and Mrs. Purton-Dixon and Wayne Aerosmith, Daryl Steves, and the mayor, as well as Margie Leclerc. It was, a really collaborative group, and I think we had a lot of great discussions, and I'm very hopeful for the future. And someday I hope more people, when they step outside their door, they think, oh, I think I'm going to jump on my bike or go for a walk and go to get my few grocery items, or to go to the pharmacy, versus always thinking I'm going to jump in my car. So let's hope we get there someday. So I'd like to move that council accept the AT ad hoc committee's recommendation following actions. So refer their recommendations to the consultants preparing the town's transportation master plan. Allow the consultants to develop specific technical details and action plans and structure the recommendations. Ensure AT discussions are priority at the regional level. Ensure connectivity between communities. Identify immediate action items for next steps. Development of town education program, public review committee, partnerships with other AT education programs, initiate discussions with DTI concerning Gondola Point Arterial, Route 119 AT opportunities, and ongoing annual review of action items and future AT plans with public and user groups.
Were you able to get that, Ms. Snow?
Yeah, it's just basically the title of point 12. The title of point 12.
Okay, I see some lights flashing. I'm going to get a seconder on the motion, and then I'm going to go to on the question. So seconded on the motion, Councillor Donovan, are you okay with your light came on? So it's been moved by Councillor Locke, seconded by Councillor Donovan. Would you like to read, I guess we have the motion in front of us. Could we have that on the screen? There we go. Now I'm going to go to on the question. Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Logier, to you and your group for all of this work. I just had a question. You alluded to the fact that we've got a lot of roads in Quispamsis, and they're already established. And do you have any feel for the practicality of going in and modifying some of these existing roads to make them more user-friendly, or is that going to be like a budget item that?
When it comes to the existing streets, what we would do is when we look at the hierarchy, when we look at what's a collector road, what's a local street, what's a inner subdivision street, that'll help us make the decision on the level of effort and the level of budget that would be allowed, that would be required for each of them. To the Deputy Mayor's point about the lens with which we look through, how do we change that? We're starting to do that now with our, as I mentioned, my engineering group, when we're looking at resurfacing, what is being done. So that's one side that's already being taken into account. But as far as the practicality of it is, and it goes back to my point about the level of traffic, if you have a street, even though it might be a collector street and it's not busy at all, and the traffic volumes tell you that it's not busy, that's one that you might be able to wait on and do another higher volume street or something that has a priority as a network. So it all goes back to examining the hierarchy, the streets that are there, the level of traffic. And that's why one of the things that the third slide we talked about, the infrastructure, fourth slide about the infrastructure grant, that type of grant would get right down to the specifics, and it would be leveraging either 1/3 dollars or completely paid for. That type of a grant would give us an implementation plan with which we could use to decide how we wanted to proceed.
Just a follow. Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Thank you for that. I guess I look at it as a priority around the schools. We've got so many elementary schools, especially along Pettingill and that, and we get letters of concerns and that year round, and in the winter especially. But have you targeted any particular process yet, or are you just starting into that?
Again, this was just a general overview. Community Services Group have already initiated some trail development in around the schools. There's a connection internally so that at the Quispam Elementary and the middle school and the Saunders School, you don't actually have to come out to the Pettingill. You can actually go down backwards into the subdivision, so you don't have to come out into the busy street. And even if you do come out onto the busy street, there's a sidewalk. You go down to Southwood, there's another pedestrian lane through there. So there is some implementation already that's taking place, and the Community Services Group and the town has an internal AT group that we review things on a regular basis, whether it's new subdivisions like that. This document and this approach, particularly with the Transportation Master Plan, is to get you all, and I don't mean that from the Southern expression, but to think in the same vein, to make sure that we need to know from a staff perspective, is this a priority for you as the council members of the town of Quispamsis? Because if it's not a priority for you, then it doesn't matter if we come to you with a budget and you vote it down. You've wasted your money having us design stuff that's AT design when we should be spending it on something else. So we need to know that by endorsing this document, by endorsing these recommendations, when the Transportation Master Plan does come through, by endorsing that as well, now as staff we have a focus with which to look at future development.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. On the question, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I don't have a question, just a comment. I just wanted to thank you very much for your hard work. you and your committee. It's quite an undertaking, and I'm very glad we have something sort of tangible in front of us. So thank you very much.
Councillor Luck on the question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to build on what Councillor Olson had asked. When we were meeting as a group, one of the things that we were very clear on is that it's not going to happen tomorrow, unfortunately. But, we realized that, again, we need to have a plan, moving forward. And as, as we start to pave roads or change things, that's when we have that lens of, okay, is this going to work for active transportation? So we're not going to start digging up roads and asking for millions and millions of dollars right away. We do appreciate that it is going to be a long-term plan, but if people, active transportation is top of mind, that as we move forward, hopefully everything we do from this point on will kind of have that lens of, making sure people can connect safely and easily within the community.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. It's been moved by Councillor Luck, seconded by Councillor Noah Donovan. On the question, please vote now. Thank you, Mr. Loge. Motion carried 6-0. Item 5B, Recreation Master Plan. Trace planning and design, status update, verbal by presenter Jim Scott, Senior Landscape Architect and Planner. Welcome, Mr. Scott. Happy to have you here this evening.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. Thank you very much for having us for a few minutes. Let's get plugged in here. It's a little different than that one.
Excuse me one moment, Mr. Scott. I see people standing outside. We do have more chairs if you'd like to set them up front. I think there are extra chairs there. Yeah. All right, Mr. Scott, thank you.
Your Worship and councillors, we're getting ready to move into public consultation phase of the Recreation Master Plan. We've undertaken a fair bit of data analysis, conducted some preliminary discussions with residents, and have begun to develop a format that we're going to move forward and explore in building up the Recreation Master Plan. The plan itself, as Dana eloquently put when she first spoke to us, is that we need a recreation master plan that is a roadmap over the next 10 years that moves our facilities and programs, activities, operations towards something that really reflects our community and really reflects our lifestyle. That what we live as a culture should be expressed in our recreational facilities, assets, mobility items, things like that. So our job in developing this master plan is to build up that roadmap that you can move forward with, give you the decision-making tools, give you the map and the program that we move recreation forward in within Quispamsis, assuming that we are part of a region, we're part of a greater community, and we're very much a number of neighborhoods within our own community itself. So that's the basic format. And as I said, we want to speak to you a little bit tonight before we moved into broad public consultation for two reasons. One is to give you a bit of background on what the project is going to be about moving forward. And secondly, give you an opportunity if there's any additional thoughts or things that you think you would like to inject or consider as we move forward in the process. I'm going to speak to you about four things this evening. One is we're going to talk a little bit about the questions that we're working on to develop in the Recreation Master Plan. The second one is the process that we're using, some of the people and activities that we have coming up, and again, get a little bit of information with your thoughts. So first is a question. This is the only laborious part of the presentation, by the way. The rest will be much more fun, but I do have to read through the questions that we're working on the master plan. So the first one is that we are going to develop a conditional assessment of recreational facilities and assets within the town. We have done that. Clearly, we need to understand the role of these assets within the region, the greater region, the town, and within the various neighborhoods, communities of Quispamsis itself. We'll be working with staff, residents, activity providers, and with council itself to develop a clear set of recreation themes and initiatives for the next 10 years. We will provide a sustainable, pull that up, we'll provide a sustainable set of prioritized initiatives that results in a network of parks and facilities relative to the local and regional context. And by sustainable, we mean two things. One, we are meeting the needs in an ongoing way of residents. And two, we are providing something that you're able to operate, maintain, and sustain going forward. And then finally, that we are providing council and staff with the legislative tools to implement the plan that we are developing. Okay, so that gives you a little bit on the questions, and we can talk about that again in a few minutes if you wish. We have a 4-step process that we're following in developing the plan. The first step is a platform analysis where we look at the broad region to understand all of the facilities, statistics relative to what is growth, what is the economic development model for the region, what is the economic development model for the town, how is our town changing over the next 10 years, how are we putting recreation assets and programs appropriate to that growth and change. We do have a relatively extensive community consultation program that folks generally, if you've worked with us before, these are an awful lot of fun and always work out quite well. I'll speak more about that in a minute. We'll be moving forward into developing a parks and recreation network that will include things like the active transportation plan integrated into that, parks, facilities on an ongoing basis. And finally, we'll be able to develop the master plan, deliver that to you prior to budget season, so I'm informed. The two pieces that we're most focused on at the moment is our platform analysis and our community consultation. And as I said, we're just moving in our community consultation. You will have an opportunity to attend some of these sessions. They will be, as I said, a lot of fun. But our platform analysis, some of the work that we have completed is the physical and statistical platform for the town and the region. We have undertaken some of the focus work sessions with residents, as well as those that are operating and maintaining the park facilities today. This evening, we're here to have a discussion with you, and very soon we'll be able to provide a state of the network brief. Our consultation, which is the next phase we're just into now, we are conducting a number of school sessions. These we have done, absolutely wonderful. We'll talk about that a bit in a few minutes. Age-friendly session, we will have 2 of those. We've conducted one. We will have another one toward the latter part of the project. We will be moving forward with 2 surveys over the next week. The first survey goes to all of the folks that provide programs within the town, and we want to find out what are their needs going forward, who are they serving, how are their numbers looking, to make sure that we're able to provide sustainable assets for them to deliver their programs within. We will have a resident survey that will go out to talk about what is the culture of recreation and how do we build that culture in a very sustainable way moving forward for residents. Community Open House, which is coming up in June, that will be a lot of fun, something you will definitely want to attend. After that, we'll be able to do a future of the network brief. So we're moving from what we have to develop a model going forward. So these are the 2 pieces that we're presently involved in and the most important pieces. As I said, we've held a number of discussions so far. The purpose of our discussions were to get an idea of what people think is going to be important going forward, and what is it that we need to really build our questions around when we're doing community consultation. So we've done a number of focus sessions with residents to help us form some of those questions. We worked with kids at schools, which has been quite wonderful, and as I said, with some of the mature residents of the community. There are 7 emerging themes, very premature, but there are 7 emerging themes that are quite interesting that come directly from residents that we will be exploring as we go through the Recreation Master Plan process. The number one is the notion that how important environment is to our community. It is part of the image, trees, water, and trees, water, slope, and the way that we build our communities built into these spaces is very important to image. In fact, one kid in grade 4 had a really, really great point, is that as we expand and grow, we're going into community or growing into areas, important habitat for things like deer, porcupine, and that kind of thing. So those animals are going to come into our habitat, and we can expect that. So as we're expanding active transportation systems, trail systems, as we move into developing areas, we should be careful to conserve those spaces to ensure that we are retaining habitat for those, for the animal ecologies that are set in there now. Transportation, active transportation, as Gary noted a minute ago, we know that will be an emerging theme. We do not work with that directly within our plan. We will not be developing, obviously, an active transportation plan. That's a different kettle of fish. But we will be developing criteria around the recreation use of active transportation corridors, meaning that we know active transportation corridors, more and more cities are evolving toward the notion of being recreational amenities that connect people, that provide places for families to move through the community at the same time that they're able to move people through the community for more active purposes, cycling, longboarding, that kind of thing. Our facilities really want to be multi-use and multi-generational. That is something that is going to be very, very important. That we want to maintain our facilities so that we can use them every day throughout our life. Known, for example, trails in the summer need to be trails in the winter in some form and in a sustainable form that is operational. Something that was quite interesting came out of high school kids is that in their mind, we don't quite have that place where we can point on the map and say that's the center of our town. They talked about a few other areas, a few other towns that we can point that on a map. So that's something that they really want to explore and want us to explore as we go through some of our community sessions, is what is the area or thing that we can really point at, and that is the one thing that pulls every single resident in our community together for social purposes and active purposes at the same time. A lot of discussion around, is that the Qplex? Is that here? Is it outside of here? Do these areas evolve over the next 10 years to become those spaces? So something that we certainly need to challenge. The sense of community, a wonderful, beautiful community, and begin to look at how do we create people that are very proud of their community? How do we connect people in different ways? How do we foster things like block parties that grow into larger social events that really make people super proud of being here and wanting to do things like volunteer at major events, that kind of stuff. It's there, it's bubbling, and it's just something that we have to find a way to pull together. And then really important, this is a little off of the theme point, is that there is so much wonderful stuff going in the community, and this comes directly from kids in 3 different classes at schools. Is there's so much going on. Our parents have so much going on. They're active all the time, but not everybody knows everything that is happening, and try to find that platform that really engages people and gets them excited about everything that's happening. Get more people out there, get more sense of community built into everything that we do, coming from whatever this platform becomes. So again, very early, but these are some of the interesting themes that are just starting to evolve in our master plan work. As I said, we have a public consultation coming up that will be broad throughout the whole community. We're going to invite everybody to come here. That will be on, just pull that up. That will be on June 15th here, and it will be an open house style event between 4 o'clock and 7 p.m. And the notion of that is that when you're able to, and when you have time, whether you come on bike, you come in car, however it is that you get here, come on out, and we want to engage with individuals, groups of individuals, to talk about the future of recreation in the community. What is really important to you? How do you connect with each other? How do you connect to your present activities? How do we really institutionalize great recreation and great sense of community going forward over the next 10 years? So again, June 15th, if you can come out, please come out. Those are always a whole lot of fun. And again, we just wanted to provide a very brief overview so you could see the type of activities that we're underway with and what we have coming up. June 15th, again, is very, very important. And Your Worship, we would welcome any questions or thoughts before we get out of your way and let you move with your evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. And once again, certainly moving forward with a recreation plan. I know that's been at the heart and soul of our Director of Community Services, and we certainly look forward to what is to come within our town limits. Oops. Councillor Donovan. Carrie, I'll get you in a second. There we go.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your presentation. As I was sitting here, it was almost funny to me to look at all those bullet points, because those are a lot of the things that I've thought about as well, especially the center of town and the info sharing. I don't think we do enough of that, or maybe in the right ways. So it's interesting to see that other people thought of that as well, and I certainly appreciate you, choosing the three different levels, whether it be, the elementary, middle school, high school, and some of our older residents, because I do believe that, children and teenagers, they think differently than adults, and then in the same sense, seniors think differently than, maybe middle-aged adults, and so on. So it's really nice to get a good perspective from every level of the stakeholders in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Locke, please.
Thank you, Worship. Great presentation. Thank you. I absolutely love the theme, so I'm really happy to see what emerged from your first meetings. I thought what was really interesting was the whole information sharing, because I'm always shocked. I mean, we live in such an amazing, beautiful town, and I'm sure a day doesn't go by that a resident that I speak to doesn't know that there's something that we have. So I'm really happy that that came out as a theme, because I think that, moving forward in terms of just building awareness for all the wonderful things we even have existing today will be wonderful. So I do have a few questions. One is, will finding the right platform to build that information sharing and awareness be part of the marketing plan? Like, will that be part of, or not the marketing plan, part of the recreation plan, like a marketing plan for recreation? So that's my first question. I'll ask them, and then maybe I'll let you answer. Second is, we have a lot of people in our community as we age. I would say a third of them, I think it's over 55, are, make up our population. So I'm just wondering, is it all electronic? Are we going to do paper-based surveys as well? And how are we planning on reaching our residents? Because this is the first time I've heard of it, so I'm not sure if we've already started to promote it, but I haven't seen anything on social media. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Locke.
Your Worship, yes, the info platform will be part of what we have to produce. So yes, to your next question, we'll have to talk to Dana about how, what are all the communication tools to spread the word on the surveys, and we'll have to get back to you on that, to be sure. I know without a doubt we do plan to hit all the social media pieces, but we'll have to talk about the printed materials.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Scryer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Very insightful. I just have one quick question in it. I just want to ensure that the waterways will be included in recreation. A lot of people like to kayak, a lot of people like to fish, and sometimes it gets forgotten because we're always thinking about land, playing basketball or hockey or whatever. But I really want to make sure that the waterways are included. I know Armin's Beach Cove docking system is used extensively. I'm not sure when the docks are going in, but I'm sure with the warmer the weather gets, the more excited the boaters are getting to get their boats in there. And so I just wanted to make sure that that will be added to the plan.
Your Worship, yes, Dana's been very adamant that waterways are indeed part of our environment and to be celebrated. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Olson, please.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Scott, for your presentation. I like the total scope of it and the breadth of the information that you're going to be collecting. I've been very proud of what we have achieved to date in Quispamsis. I don't think we have to take second fiddle to anybody. We're providing a lot right now at the residents' requests, and I'm looking forward to the replies that you're going to be getting from people to just see where their interests lie and confirm that what we've done is good, but they have a few things that they like to have. I mean, we're just adding pickleball courts. Not everybody has those, and we've had them for a couple of years now, and we're adding another couple this year. So, you know, it's always evolving, so I think it's a good exercise, and I'm looking forward to the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I would move that Mr. Scott be thanked for his presentation, updating council on the current status of the Recreation Master Plan review, and any further input of council be directed through the Community Service Director to Mr. Scott concerning the development of the new Recreation Master Plan.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Councillor Thompson. On the question, seeing there are none, please vote now. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much for being here this evening and for your presentation, Mr. Scott. Item 5C, Shining Horizons Therapeutic Riding Association presentation. Presenter David Ryan, Executive Director. Welcome, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you very much. So just technically, do you run the show? If you would run the show, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mayor and Council, my name, as mentioned, is David Ryan. I'm the Executive Director of Shining Horizons Therapeutic Riding Association. Kent Grass is at the back of the room, and Kent is the chair of our board. We are a registered charity. Although we're not located in the town of Quispamsis, the town of Quispamsis is very much included in our community. Actually, the community that we serve is southern New Brunswick. We have clients from St. Stephen right through to Sussex. What we wanted to do today was come tell you a little bit about Shining Horizons. I will keep it very brief because I'm pretty sure that most of the people here tonight are not here to learn about Shining Horizons, but I'm quite glad that they're here to learn about Shining Horizons.
How about 10 minutes?
I'm going to try and even make it less than that. So to start, I mentioned we're a registered charity. In regards to Quispamsis, 20%, it's actually 20.6% of our participants are Quispamsis residents. And of our volunteers, which we rely very heavily, 15.2% are Quispamsis residents. Moving forward, we have a short video. If we could just show the video. I do want to preface that this video was made approximately 3 or 4 years ago. It is sort of geared towards fundraising, but it does give you, those that haven't been there, an overview of what we look like. It's only 3 minutes, so we're going to show that, and away we go. We provide therapeutic riding to children and youth with both neurological and physical disabilities. And sadly, the province of New Brunswick is second in Canada for children born with disabilities.
Shining Horizons is a sense of normalcy for us. It's a safe place that we know our child is being taken care of and looked after. We've noticed a remarkable difference in Amelia since she's been coming to Shining Horizons, and we're so happy that a place like this exists for her to come to. Amelia loves it. She looks forward to Tuesdays. That's her day that she rides, and we can always ensure Tuesdays are a good day in our house. Less behaviors, less meltdowns. It's something that she looks forward to, and we look forward to it for her. She loves animals, and this just makes her happy.
I enjoy volunteering here because I really enjoy the children and the impact it has on them.
What brings me back to Shining Horizons is the smile on the kids' faces when they get on the horse.
I like volunteering here because I get to be around horses and I also get to help people.
My name is Kent Grass. I'm a longtime volunteer and chairman of the board here at Shining Horizons Therapeutic Riding Association. The program's been in existence for over 20 years now, but we have been here on site with our own facility for over a year and a half. As you can imagine, there are some hard costs of this facility. Things like horse feed, hay, bedding, vet care, The list goes on and on. Staff, we are very volunteer-centric, but we do have staff and have to have staff to make this work. A facility like this, a program like this will always have a need for fundraising. So I encourage you to come out, come see us, come visit, get a tour, have a look, and see what you can do to help us move this along and keep this growing within this great community. Because as you can see, the community has been a great help.
It's autism and epilepsy, and then of course he has a gross motor developmental delays. It's not just an activity, it becomes a piece of his history and his memory, no different than us. When you get up in the morning and on your weekend you look forward to camping and doing things with your activities. He has that same desire, that same emotional connection that we have to people, places, and activities that you do, and animals just seems to be that connection that he has. These kids struggle with the simplest of cognitive abilities, even taking the helmet off and knowing where to put that. When you see the ability to sit on a horse, to go on a road, outside, it's like Christmas. It's like Disneyland. It really is. It's much more than just this barn. It's like, where can I take him that he's not gonna hurt someone, that he's going to feel joy like I do. If I wake up in the morning and have a coffee, that's joy. Where can he experience these things? It's really limited. You love your kids, right?
It's about helping the children. We need your support.
Thank you. So Shining Horizons has been around for 26 years. Up until we built the facility, we operated as a part-time service provider, 6 weeks in the spring, 6 weeks in the fall. The reason why the board of directors of Shining Horizons went through the process to raise the funds, which the community contributed to build the facility. Do you have the slide there, please? Was to ensure that we could meet the demand that was there specifically for children and youth with neurological and physical disabilities. This first slide is just a picture of what we started with approximately 5 years ago. As we move up, it shows more of where we are today. We've got our service animal teams, and it's very specific that our horses are service animals. They are trained to be service animals, trained a little differently, and the work that they do is very important and also very stressful on themselves. So we have to maintain them. Your worship, you were on site, and Councillor Bigger was, and you saw how we care for them. It's a very big part of our operation is ensuring that our tool to deliver our service, our tools, I should say, are well looked after. We can keep going up. Those are just pictures that you saw. Again, just a couple pictures of the service animals. This is one if you just hold for a second. We do rely 70% of our operational funds from fundraising. We subsidize all the rides that are given to the families. One of the coolest things that's happened to us in this last year was Quispamsis Middle School came on board to our Adopt a Horse program. And they were tasked in September to raise $2,500, and they were adopting one of our horses over the year. We were collaborating back with newsletters and videos. They actually raised $7,000, close to $7,000, just a little shy. And we're so pleased to have them on board. We're actually having them back out on June 2nd again, so I'll talk a little bit more there as we wind down. But you should all be very proud, everybody here. You probably all contributed, so thank you very much. As we go through, again, these are just some of the people who have contributed. We have strong collaborations with UNB and the community college on on-site cleanups, internships, and we utilize UNB Experiential Learning Program quite heavily to assist us as we grow our plans forward. Our simulator is what's given us the opportunity to be a full year operational service provider. This simulator is one of 3 in Canada that has what's called the RDA program, Riding for Disability. This allows us to actually provide service offering during the cold months that you would not be able to use the indoor ring. Very specifically, it was the New Brunswick Children's Foundation, the Turnbull Home Foundation, the Windsor Foundation, and the Sir James Dunn Foundation that contributed to everything in regards to the simulator to ensure that we had it. So again, we're very reliant on donations and thankful for them. On to the next. Oh, so if you go back for a second, this is where we are morphing into more than just service for neurological and physical disabilities for children and youth. We've gone through a process of training our staff in equine assisted therapy. We've also partnered with 2 certified mental health professionals. So we are now in the process of, by July, we will be offering full therapy. There's a difference between therapeutic equine assisted activities and equine assisted therapy. The therapy itself has to be performed by a certified mental health professional. And so we're moving forward to that. We've already had Horizon Health outreach to us, and they're referring a client in July is when we're going to start. And we've also, we're working quite closely right now with the Jarvis Bay Legion, and we're putting programs together for veterans specializing in anxiety and PTSD. Again, the difference of the service offerings that we have is we have the equine assisted therapeutic riding, equine assisted, can I see it? No, I can't see it down there. The mental wellness, which I mentioned, we've just branched out into. We have a lot of unmounted programs, the Pony Pals, working with adults and veterans, and we're also started a mindfulness and relaxation program as well. So why we're here today is for awareness, to let you all understand who we are and how much we value Quispamsis, and we hope that the Quispamsis and all the residents value us as well. I will put the pitch in for fundraising. We have in past submitted to the community grant, hoping when we do submit again that it be looked on with a better understanding of who we are. And for any of those who are interested, our website is shininghorizons.ca, and we're very heavily focused on social media. And we also have on June the 2nd, we've partnered with Acadia Broadcasting. We're doing an 18-hour fundraiser at the facility. Dennis Hunt is going to stay out for 18 hours and go through. And at that time, we're going to have the Quispamsis middle school classes come out. We're going to put a little concert on for them, and they're actually going to be partnering with the Legion to plant 5 trees in honor of veterans. I just want to check my notes. I got 8 seconds left. I think I got pretty well everything through. The only other thing, I'm not sure the process to distribute through council, but I do have some newsletters and brochures. So do I give those to Mr. Kennedy or? So if there is any questions, Kent Grass can probably help me answer them. But if you want us to just leave to see what else is going on, we'll go with that too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan and Mr. Grass, for being here as well. And yes, Councillor Bigger and I took you up on an invitation to come out and visit the facility. And I'll say it again, I don't think I've seen anything that touched my heart quite as much as Shining Horizons. And as far as the building itself and the cleanliness and what is done there for the local residents between Sussex and St. Stephen is quite phenomenal. So thank you for sharing that tonight with our residents. And I will go to questions. Councillor Donovan, please.
Thank you, and thanks so much for your presentation. I'm certainly really appreciative of organizations like yours. I think they're, really important and a really, strong asset to communities like ours and our community members. So I'm a little jealous that the mayor and Councillor Bigger got to go see the horses and I didn't, but hopefully I'll be there someday, and I'd love to stop by sometime. Thanks.
Well, and to respond to that, anybody who would like to come for a tour, the email and the phone number that are on our website directly come to me. All we ask is that people arrange the tours in advance so that it doesn't conflict with the services that we provide.
Mr. Bigger, Councillor Bigger, I don't know if you had any comments. I don't see your light flashing here, but I know you're out there in cyberspace.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If you can hear me, I do have my hand up there, if you notice on my little thing. I assume you can hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Councillor Bigger.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to say thanks very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. And I just want to echo what the mayor has said. It was incredibly touching to come and see not just the myriad services that you guys offer, but the kind of the heartfelt nature in which you deliver it, and how it seems like every nook and cranny, every detail, every aspect of what you do is there's a really incredible amount of thoughtfulness applied to how you approach this, and I was really blown away by it. And so I wish you all the best. I was so struck by also just seeing the video again and going through the photos tonight. The the very specialized equipment that you're making use of. This is by no means just grabbing a horse out of a field and letting people take a ride. And I remember being there and seeing the calming blanket that one of the horses in the stalls was wearing. I believe that's what it was for, was that because they have to apply, if I remember what you told me, Dave, or Ken, one of you, they have to apply such, um, the horses themselves offer so much in the sessions that they do with clients that there needs to be an extra measure of care applied to helping them remain calm in between sessions. And I was just really blown away by it all. So, and then finally, just the thing that stands out to me tonight as you talk about the expansion of services into general equine therapy, if I can call it that, and also the wonderful way that you're connecting generations with veterans, um, attention by children to veteran affairs and so on, working with seniors. It's just marvelous. So thank you so much for bringing this to us. And I would encourage anybody in the general public who might be seeing this, anyone in the gallery who's listening tonight, and of course, any of my fellow counselors, to get on out there and have a look, because it's just fantastic. And we wish you all the best on June 2nd with the Acadia Broadcasting fundraiser.
Thank you. And if I could just, as I know I'm over time, but if anybody has a family member or a friend that they feel that we could help them, please do refer them to us, and we'll love to talk to them. We do have capacity.
Thank you. And I believe there's a motion on the docket. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Dave, I move that Mr. Dave Ryan be thanked for his presentation, providing an overview of the great work Shining Horizons does, bringing together youth with disabilities and trained therapeutic riding horses, along with their qualified trainers, and Shining Horizons be directed to make application through the town's community grant program for consideration during the budget 2023 process.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer. On the question, seeing there are none, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Once again, thank you very much for the work that you do. Thank you, Mr. Grass. Nice to see you again. Moving onward to item 5D, KVHS Concert in the Park, Thursday, June 2nd, 2020. Presenter, Parker Loge, KVHS Music Program, and you have somebody else with you, Parker. Welcome. Could you introduce, or could you give us your name, please, for the record?
Hi, I'm Riley Winchester, and I'm also part of the KVHS.
Riley Winchester? Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, and I'd like to begin by thanking everyone here for allowing us to present our topic today. So like I said, this is a KVHS concert in the park. It's basically a concert that's by students, it's produced by students, and it's for the community. And we'd like to start with just a what is it and a general synopsis. So basically, Concert in the Park is a concert performed at the Arts and Culture Park, which beautifully right here, that was started in the fall of 2016. It was created, produced, and performed by students of the KVHS High School, and in an effort to show student talent and raise funds for a school's music program. So this spring, due to the 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic, upsettingly, and positive response of the community, we'll be hosting another concert in the park on June 2nd at 6:30 And in case it rains, we have a rain date of June 3rd at the same time.
All right, so I'd just like to touch briefly on why we're doing this and how this concert actually benefits our students here at KVHS. So, as previously mentioned, this is our first concert between a 2-year hiatus, and it provides music students with an opportunity to present original compositions, as well as we have some students presenting covers of certain things. It allows the music students to actually gain sort of more of an understanding of how things like concerts work, presenting, performing music for crowds, like in terms of setting up, backstage, and like what it's like to be on a crowd. And just it also gives students a chance to present in front of a live audience, which is something that isn't necessarily easily accessible for students, especially students who are just part of a music program, not necessarily something outside of school. So it gives them a chance for an outlet for that creative talent.
So now what have we done in preparations for the concert? So first, our class has started advertising. We've made posters to advertise the concert, and we're putting them up actively right now in many places across Quispamsis. We've made multiple videos that are being presented each week to all of the students at KVHS to invite them to the concert. And we have many performances. We have sought out musical talents in our school to complement the Music 12-2 class, which will also be performing that day. We also have food and drink. We've made plans to offer food and drink to the community and students who plan on attending. So we have hot dogs, we have hamburgers, and in case anyone doesn't eat meat and is vegetarian, we have veggie burgers as well to offer that to them. And sponsors, we have many sponsors, and we are actively looking for more to offset the deficit that we are spending for the location for the evening. And we're using all of the money that the sponsor is giving us and putting it towards our Music 12-2 or the Music 12 program and music program in general to get new instruments, repair instruments, to give us new things that can help us like with editing videos and making the videos in order to help bring people's creative outlets with music alive. And we can use the remainder of the time for questions or comments.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And what grade are both of you in, if you don't mind my asking?
We're both in grade 12.
In grade 12. So I think we had somebody here probably a month ago from grade 12, and they were asking for, I think it was the Qplex, if I'm not mistaken, for grads. So yeah, so you're a part of that big celebration, and I know they had done some fundraising, but I think that was covered. So there may also be funds available through your grad class as well. So you might want to check them out and see as well. So I'm going to go to questions. Councillor Donovan, please.
Thank you, and thanks so much for your presentation. I thought it was really good and insightful. I don't think you'll find a bigger supporter of this than me. Maybe Councillor Mike Bigger, because he's a musician, but I can't play instruments. I tried to play the flute when I was in school, and I get kicked out of the house for doing that. So, but I guess what I'm just a little bit unclear on is, sponsorship is a very large and broad, term. Is there anything in particular you're looking to have sponsored for this event, or?
Yes, we're mainly looking for financial compensation. I know we have a few sponsorships. The only one I know personally by name is River and Trail, which has sponsored us financially in order to, like I said, compensate for the price of the park, and then the rest of the funds, which is like admission by donation, and then we have a 50-50 draw there, is all going towards our music program.
Okay, and a follow-up, if I can. So you just mentioned that River and Trail was planning on covering the cost of the rental for the park. Have they covered it yet, or?
They haven't covered the full price. They're only giving a part, but they have.
Okay, so here I'd like to make a motion, and my motion would be that the town council, or the town of Quispamsis, waive the fee, which I believe Mr. Kennedy had told me is $180 for you guys to use the park. So that's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table, seconded by Councillor Luck, were you seconding that, or did you have
Well,
a
I
question?
had a question, but I mean, I will second it.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Luck. On the question, Councillor Luck?
So I just wanted to thank you for coming. It was a great presentation. And I will definitely try in my social media kind of realm to try and push, so people are aware of it. I noticed you mentioned posters. Old people like Facebook. So maybe if, I'm not sure if you have something that you can share, so we can kind of share it, on our social media things as well. I'm not sure if the town can help with kind of sharing that on our recreation page just to get the word out so you can get as many people there as possible. It sounds like a wonderful evening, so good luck with that.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Deputy Mayor Scryer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation and congratulations on your initiative and happy graduation. Hope you're coming back to Quispamsis when you finish your post-secondary or whatever you choose to do. So my one question is the time span. Will the music stop at 10 o'clock? Are you going from noon to 10, noon to 8? And how many different performances will there be? And will there be opportunities for children to attend?
Well, like I said, we start at 6:30, and I'm not entirely sure at the end time, but I know it's not supposed to go too late into the evening. It's only supposed to be a few hours and then pack up and go home. And yes, I know our class has 2 presentations, and we're actively gaining more presentations through different students who are interested in performing at the concert.
Would you like me to add to that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm the Music 12-2 teacher, and
Would you mind coming up to the podium, please? Would you please give us your name?
yeah, sure. My name is Kara Shaw. And yeah, we are planning to only be using the concert in the park until about 8:30 p.m. And yeah, so our request is for sponsorship in order to offset the cost, obviously, of putting this on. So we would be very grateful to have that fee waive, as we've already kind of put the money forward in order to rent it.
So just for clarification, I think Parker had said that part of the fee was already paid for or set aside by River and Trail. Is that correct?
Right, yeah. So we do have a portion of that has been paid for by River and Trail. Of course, we also have other financial responsibilities that we have to meet, including like buying all of the food that we want to be able to sell at the concert as well. Just equipment and gear that we might need in order to set up. We are planning on doing a 50-50 draw, having some prizes and things like that. So just the financial cost of those things as well.
Okay. Any other questions? So the motion's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Councillor Luck. I'm looking to the screen to see if Councillor Bigger has anything. No, I don't see that. And so the motion is council sponsor the KVHS Music Group's concert in the park by waiving the Arts and Culture Park rental fee on June 2nd, 2022, and helping to promote the event by advertising it on the town's website. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Congratulations on your grade 12 year and have a happy graduation. I'm sorry that I won't be available to meet you in the park on the 2nd. I'll be out of town on business, but certainly wish you a good evening and good weather.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening. Moving forward, public hearings. Item number 6. 6A, public hearing proposed zoning bylaw amendment number 038-37 respecting the regulation of apiary beekeeping operations. Number 1, we have written objections. Should I read the procedural? Yeah. So there's a process that we go through when we have a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. So this is a public hearing procedure. It's Section 111 of the Community Planning Act and Section 18, Quispamsis Procedural Bylaw number 033. So I acknowledge that Council and I have been requested to and plan to consider amending zoning bylaw number 38. That this day and place for a public hearing has been set for May 17th. I would note that anyone wishing to speak for or against the proposed amendment will be heard and considered by Council. Each person wishing to speak will approach the podium, identify themselves, and have a 5-minute timeline to address Council. Here are the steps. First, we will hear from the proponent. Then we will hear from those wishing to speak for or against the proposal, which shall be given the opportunity, you shall be given the opportunity to be heard. I will ask 3 times if anyone further wishes to speak for or against the proposed amendment. The proponent may make a final submission. PAC's written views will be read. Council members may ask questions, and a motion may be presented and voted upon. If a council member does not attend a public hearing, and this evening we have Councillor Miller absent, obviously he is unable to attend, so he will not be a part of the decision-making process. So at this time, I can ask Jennifer Jarvis if she would like to expand upon the amendment. Is Jen? Oh, there she is. So, Ms. Jarvis, would you mind giving your title to the residents here so that they know what your role was in helping to create the amendment? Thank you, and welcome this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship. My title is Planning Technologist with the Town of Quispamsis. And as you're aware, a bylaw amendment to include bee provisions or hobby beekeeping provisions to enter into the zoning bylaw has been presented to Council, and that is what brings us here this evening to hear from those in the community that wish to support or to ask further questions or object. I reviewed all of the submissions, and and then we can move on, I guess, with this evening. Okay, sorry. First of all, Council did make a request to staff to provide information regarding where hobby beekeeping would be permitted. So number 1 were zones. Number 2 is the lot size requirement. Number 3 was the number of hives permitted, and number 4 were best practices. And I think that all of those were provided for in the bylaw. The objections that I've read against the bylaw amendment, I noticed that there were 4. One is the number of hives permitted. The second one was being the big losses from winter that beekeepers have been experiencing due to insects and just winter kill. Number 3 is there is the $300 fee that would be expected every year to go before PAC. And number 4 was I can add to the liability insurance. I did reach out to the insurance company here in Quispamsis. They did a poll of, I believe it was 12 insurance companies that they deal with. It did take them several days and a little bit of phone tag, but we did manage to get to chat. And apparently, half of them flatly refused insurance for hobby beekeeping. And there were 2 that would actually provide liability insurance for hobby beekeeping. However, they weren't able to say that it would be open to everyone. It was just on a case-by-case basis. So that is a concern that that liability insurance that is part of the bylaw, it doesn't appear it would be easily accessible to the hobby beekeepers in the town. I just want to be clear too that we did receive more than just the one objection. I noticed that people were saying that it was all just because of, you know, two people that brought up this concern, that we have received concerns over the years. And in fact, there was one submitted in your package from a resident who is allergic to bees. And I actually got a call yesterday from someone. I reached out, I wasn't able to connect. We played a little telephone tag, but I'll be following up tomorrow. There are benefits to having regulation in the bylaw. It provides staff tools to respond to complaints. And it also limits the ability for a landowner to fill their backyard with beehives, and then we would have no recourse. If someone put 30 beehives in their yard, there's nothing in a bylaw or anything that I can point to that I can say you're not permitted to do that. So we're not against the bees. I love bees. I think they're wonderful, and as we all know, they're a huge part of our food production. We just are looking at this from a land use perspective, and we're asked to provide these by council. So land use would be a number of bees. I know in beehives there are 10,000 to 20,000 bees per hive. So I'm not a beekeeper. I thought, well, how many bees does one person find acceptable in a backyard? So it's not that we're against, we're just trying to find a balance for the residents that are having issues with bees, and of course for the people who want to have bees in their backyard. So that's really all I have to add for this evening, and I'm open to any questions following.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Certainly appreciate the work that you've done on this file. I will now call for the proponent. I believe that was Ms. Smith? Yes, Ms. Smith and oh, okay. So Jennifer was our proponent, I'm sorry. So now I'm going to call for those wishing to speak for the bylaw. So for the amendment. So if you are in favor of the amendment to the bylaw, to the town bylaw, to have a bylaw that will regulate the number of beehives and bees within the town limits. So I believe that you are.
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay.
May
So
I speak, or do you want us
you
to
may
wait
speak.
until-
You
okay.
have 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you. Your Worship.
Please give us both your names
Oh,
first.
sorry, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Jocelyn Smith.
Joni Moore.
We are residents on Cedar Grove Drive, and we brought this issue to Town Council last year because our enjoyment of our outdoor space was being severely compromised by the number of bees that were being kept by our neighbors. And I don't really need to recap that, but I did send some photos this time that may help if some of the councilors or some of the people here don't really know what bee poop looks like. At this point, probably everybody does, but I don't know if you can load those for me or, okay.
Okay. I guess they did ask for them. We were actually thinking that some people have not experienced what this looks
There.
like and how
Okay,
it
here's the first one.
affects.
I don't need to give too much explanation. I think the photos sort of speak for themselves. This is bee poop that lands on your person. It happens pretty much every day that we are outdoors. This is on clothing. This is on the clothes that we try to put out on our clothesline that we cannot no longer use.
Laundry.
This is the top of our deck box, which just shows all these little gold specks are actually bee droppings. And
that's our house.
The siding of our house, which has been completely plastered with bee droppings. And as you know, cleaning the siding on your house every year is is expensive. And this just represents one of the tabletops that we have outdoors. So that's just a few, just to sort of point out that we are dealing with a problem. And I did want to thank Council for listening to us last year and for addressing this issue. I do just have a couple questions, and I don't know who can answer them for me. I did want to ask that once this bylaw is enacted, do all current beekeepers have to, who have more than 2 hives, have to now limit themselves to 2 hives?
I'm going to call upon our Director of Engineering and Works, Mr. Logier.
Your Worship, a lot of it will flow back to the final structure of the bylaw itself. There are provisions in the zoning bylaw that go to a non-conforming or so-called grandfathering type of a scenario. But if there is a permitting process involved that requires an annual permit, then that is normally what takes precedent. But again, it'll function back to the structure of the bylaw itself, Your Worship.
I'd just like to say that we are very concerned about the grandfathering clause. We don't feel that allowing beekeepers to have unlimited a number of bees or the current number of bees that they have would not solve the problem that we face. Also, I did listen, and I was sort of wondering where the 2 hives sort of came from. I wasn't sure if that there was some reason for 2 hives. Obviously, we have been so burnt in the past that we are so concerned that 2 hives might not solve our problem. And then what recourse do we have if the 2 hive limit in the R1 zone? What recourse would we have if that didn't solve the problem?
Your Worship, in the staff's investigation of the bylaw and best practices, the number 1 recommendation for any of the hobbyists that we've found is that apiary, if you have a hive, you're better to have multiple hives, 2 or more, for a couple of reasons. You're looking at health of the hive. You can monitor one against the other. You have the ability to restrict swarming of the hives. If bees leave a hive, they could to take off and relocate someplace else. By having more than 1 hive, you restrict the movement of the bees. You protect the health of the bees. It's a best practice that is extensively recommended in the industry. As Ms. Jarvis mentioned earlier, the goal of the bylaw is not to prohibit and to be heavy-handed when it comes to this particular hobby. We've got to respect the fact that if it is going to be allowed in the community, we have to make all reasonable efforts, but we also have to make sure that we're looking at a sustainable and viable hobby as well. The same way that when we look at other conditions that we put on things in the bylaw, there's always that reasonableness that has taken place. Those are the guiding principles of the bylaws that we structure. Is it reasonable? Is it desirable? Is it in accordance with the intent? And when we look at structuring this particular bylaw, it was not felt that we would be serving any justice by restricting something better than what is best practice. So that's why we went to a multiple hive recommendation, Your Worship.
And just the last question is, if these beekeepers do not comply, there's no indication of what the outcome would be for them. Do they lose their beekeeping rights, or do they have to give up their hives? What would be the situation there?
The zoning bylaw, Your Worship, is structured so that it can be, again, this will go to the final version of the bylaw that's adopted. It'll either be a fine. In extreme cases, when it comes to zoning bylaw infractions, there can be court action taken. Normally, we look for voluntary compliance. Again, where it's a permitting process, if it's structured accordingly, sometimes it would be refusal to renew the permitting if it comes through, if there's an example of non-compliance, and then there would be a refusal to renew the permit. Again, this is the process that we're going through this evening and over the next couple of meetings as to decide is the structure of the bylaw appropriate? What sort of feedback are we getting back from the community at large, both for and against? But in the strictest sense, when it comes to the zoning bylaw, the avenues for enforcement are either fines, court action, or in the case of permitting, refusal to issue a subsequent permit.
Thank you, Mr.
Just one quick question. I guess I'm just a little confused to the fact that I guess I'm not sure if you can't keep, if you have one hive with a bunch of bees and you can't control them, like right now they're not controlled at our place, how does adding 2 to 3 to more hives keep them in one place? I'm a little confused with that, I guess. Sorry.
And Your Worship, with all, when we look at, this is not a bylaw that intends to control bees. Bees are wild animals. They could as easily be contained in a hive. And if something happens, a queen leaves and flies out, she could take the whole colony with her and be relocated in a tree next door or in a fence post or whatever. The issue with 2 hives or multiple hives is you reduce that impact. Now you have the ability to say, if there's a swarm, it might go to the next hive. If there's a queen that matures, she might migrate to the next hive. They may stay in through there. Ultimately, the multiple hive approach is for the health of the hives themselves. It's like being able to compare, your 2 children. Somebody's sick, somebody has chickenpox. What do they look like? You're balancing that off of that. So it's a managing tool for the hobbyists as well, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you
for being here
Thank
this
you,
evening.
Council.
Anyone else wanting to speak for the amendment to the bylaw? Please come to the podium and give your name.
Your Worship, councillors, my name is Kathy Hutchinson, and I just want to say that these women are not exaggerating what they have been through. I actually resided in their home for almost a year in 2020, and I've never been so happy to see winter come in my life. I have a white vehicle, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with Wash 66, but even the best wash does not take the bee excrement off a vehicle. And as they said, they cannot hang clothes on their line. I was just there and visited 2 weeks ago, and within 5 minutes of sitting in their yard, I had bee excrement on my arm, and it doesn't come off with just paper towel and hot water. You have to scrub and scrub to get it off. The side of their house is absolutely covered, and I'm not kidding. It's covered, and it's bright yellow, and it doesn't come off easily. I tried to get it off my bedroom window, and I scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. This is a real concern, and also Joni is allergic to bees, and so she is in direct line. So it's a real, I mean, people laugh, right? And they've thought, oh, they're just, they're wusses. But I can say, and I can vouch for having lived there myself and seen and experienced what they're going through, and it's not a laughing matter. And when you've got tens of thousands of bees flying over, I've had drinks that have had bee excrement, my food, my clothes have been ruined. So I just want to say I'm definitely, they absolutely, I am a huge supporter of nature. I am very concerned about the bee population myself. We need them. We desperately need them. But I don't believe they belong in a residential setting. They don't, because you can't control them. They can be hazardous. And I applaud anyone that wants to raise bees, but we are, we're not a big city. We're 5 minutes from town, from the countryside. Maybe people should think about approaching farmers or landowners and for a small stipend, say, look, can I keep my hives here? Do something, but I do not believe that they belong in a residential setting such as what we are experiencing right now. And again, I applaud beekeepers. We need them desperately. And I, absolutely. but I think there's a better place for them than in a residential setting. That's my own opinion. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of amending a bylaw that would include beekeeping? I will ask a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of a bylaw that would include beekeeping? I'll ask a second. And I'll ask a third time. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of a bylaw that would include beekeeping? Now I will ask for somebody, anyone who is opposed to a beekeeping bylaw in the town limits of Quispamsis, to please come forward. Is there anyone? Please give your name for the clerk.
My name is Ryan Golden.
Golden?
Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Golden.
And I'm not necessarily here to say I am for or against. And I'm going to apologize too if I muddle this up a little bit. I'm a commercial beekeeper. This time of year we work night and day, so I'm going on no sleep. So I'm here as a representative of the NBBA, which is the New Brunswick Beekeepers Association. I believe a letter had been sent out on the 12th, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not sure if everybody got to read it or if anybody knows. So I do have the letter, and if you don't mind, I'll read through as from our president.
That's fine. We're limiting all speakers to 5 minutes, so you go ahead.
Okay. Dear members of Quispamsis Town Council, we are writing you today as the New Brunswick Beekeepers Association, Inc. We are the collective voice for all beekeepers in New Brunswick, from commercial operations to hobbyists. We are writing you concerning the proposed amendment to zoning bylaw number 038 concerning beekeeping in Quispamsis. Rural and urban beekeeping has seen incredible growth in the last 5 years. A lot of this has been the hard work of the province of New Brunswick and the New Brunswick Beekeepers Association trying to get more people involved in beekeeping to grow the industry that desperately needs it. It is the hope of the industry that more young people get involved in beekeeping and hopefully grow their apiaries. Each year, New Brunswick imports over 20,000 hives from Ontario and other provinces to pollinate low bush blueberries in New Brunswick. Other crops that need pollination in New Brunswick are apples, cranberries, strawberries, raspberries, and all sorts of vegetables. Our concerns are that this new proposed amendment to zoning bylaw number 038, although well-intended, will have some severe negative consequences. We urge you to reconsider rushing the amendment due to, the one complaint that we know of right now and possibly some misinformation. I'm not saying it's all true or false, but just to learn a little more. Honeybees are relatively dormant inside the hive from November to April. The first few days of flying weather are usually referred to as cleansing flights for the bees that last several days, but after those few cleansing flights, bee droppings for the rest of the summer are virtually non-existent. With regards to the proposed amendment, several issues come to surface. Liability insurance, as Jennifer mentioned, for the urban beekeeper is almost non-existent. Honeybees are free-range foragers. When seeing a bee on a flower, it is virtually impossible to know where it has been or where it's come from. And honeybees are also incredibly docile. Unless provoked in the hive itself, honeybees do everything they can to avoid human contact. The current mentorship program offered by the NBBA is relatively new, and currently we do not issue any kind of certificate to prove enrollment in the program. As the amendment sits, the NBBA would need to put some significant administration work into the mentorship program. Although we do see the value of new beekeepers attending a mentorship program or source, many of the beekeepers currently keeping bees in Quispamsis have been doing so for years with no public issues, and have learned on their own by attending field days or being tutored by another seasoned beekeeper. The amount of hives allowed under the proposed bylaw should also be consideration. Bees like to grow during the summer, and it's very limiting for a beekeeper to have a very small amount of hives, such as 2. This will significantly handcuff the beekeeper to their options and may have to just let their hive swarm. In such instances, if they are not allowed to split their hive and start a new one. So if they can't control it, they're going to be there anyway. A swarm occurs when the bees outgrow their current home and half the bees will leave to find a new residence. This can lead to bees ending up somewhere where they're not welcome. As a beekeeper, splitting colonies is a way to mitigate swarming, so actually control where they're going to be. New Brunswick is in dire need for new beekeepers. We have already heard of beekeepers trying to cancel orders of bees and equipment because of potential fears of the bylaws that may be put in place. Commercial beekeepers who make a living depend highly on the industry growing and selling bees to new beekeepers. The blueberry industry is incredibly short on pollinated colonies and is intending to grow as well, their industry. Other cities in New Brunswick will be watching this bylaw closely. We worry that it will be rushed and not, if not done properly, could be the beginning of the end of urban beekeeping. As the MBBA, we are not necessarily trying to stop urban beekeeping bylaws, but merely trying to offer as the professionals in the industry to make sure that if the bylaw needs to be put in place, that we can work together and come up with something that works for both residents of the town and the beekeepers. We do not want to see a precedent set in such a great town that it has been in for many years due to just a few complaints.
Thank you.
Closing, sorry.
Go ahead, you can close that off.
In closing, the MBBA sincerely hopes you reconsider passing the amendments to zoning bylaw number 038 at this time and without further consultation and modifications. Urban beekeeping is a very important part of New Brunswick and the growth of the industry. Our provincial government invests tens of thousands of dollars each year, desperately trying to grow the industry. The bylaw is proposed as it will likely start to reverse the growth and have seen that it has been growing over the past 5 to 10 years. The MBBA has decades of experience, and in the world of beekeeping, we would be happy to work with the town on a bylaw that can help guide beekeepers while still allowing urban beekeeping. Thank you for your time, and if there are any questions, and that is on behalf of our president, Chris Lockhart.
Thank you very much. We're not taking council questions at this time. I'm asking, once again, thank you very much, Mr. Golden. Is there anyone who would like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping? Please give your name for the clerk.
Hello, my name is Jean-Marie Doucette.
Shauna?
Jean-Marie Doucette. I also live on Cedar Grove Drive, 18 Cedar Grove Drive. I'm very fortunate as I have had no experience with any bee droppings on my house, and I live 2 houses right next door to Joni, so I guess I'm really blessed. We have experienced nothing. I feel bad for what they're experiencing, but in my mind, and maybe you could help me with this, Mr. Lozier, I think the bee line is going right for the water. They're going for the Ritchie Lake. So I was wondering if I have property that is just totally empty, and it's all my property, which goes all behind all of the residents on Cedar Grove Drive. I was wondering if we put water on that, would it help so that it didn't get on the house of Joni? And I don't know, I'm just trying to come up with some help, because they're lovely people, they're lovely neighbors, and they're good people. And I love bees too. So I just thought, I have all this beautiful property. If we put water on it, I don't know, hang it, whatever, I don't know, but it seems like they're going for a beeline to Ritchie Lake, and their house is right in the way. So I own the property 301489110. It's all woods, it's huge, and I don't know if we put sap or something, so I don't know. But I'm 2 houses down and I haven't seen anything. So I'm thinking it's a beeline to the water. So if that might help, council, I don't know.
Thank you.
But I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to ask again, is there anyone who would like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Please give your name.
Hi, I'm Joe Doucette. I'm Sean's husband. I don't know anything about beekeeping. I know very little about farming. However, I do know this. Bees are critical in food production. Working in the international oil drilling field for the last 20 years, I've been in about 80 different countries. talked to a lot of people, and I've been in countries where people literally rely on what they can grow. Without bees, we don't have food. Without food, we're gonna die. So any bylaw that is going to affect production of food, I think is absolutely crazy. So I oppose it for that reason only. I'm neither for or against bees. I have no issue with them. They have no issue with me. All I'm saying is if we start passing bylaws, that's gonna limit the amount of food that we can grow on our own property. We're setting ourselves up for disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Please give your name to the clerk.
Hello, my name is Duncan Webster.
Duncan Webster. Welcome, Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. So I work as a microbiologist for Horizon Health, and I also live on property in Quispamsis. It's been a working farm for over 200 years, and beekeeping has been part of that property for a long time and continues to be now. Like has been stated by others, recognizing the importance of bees as pollinators. There's growing knowledge around the importance of planetary health and the role that bees play in that health, and in which impacts our health, as has been mentioned. I think regulations are important. I don't think that's an issue, and I think as was noted earlier as well by someone else, it's not that we shouldn't have a bylaw, it's not that we shouldn't have regulations, but I think this should be thought through. We want the bylaw to work. We want it to be a good bylaw, and right now I think there are some concerns about it. What's the optimal number of hives? I think that does deserve some discussion. And as has been stated, it is important sometimes to have more than 1 or 2 hives in order to maintain the health. The swarming issue was a good example of that. If you've got 2 hives in a residential area and you see that your bees are going to swarm and you don't have the ability to make a 3rd hive, you're actually making the problem worse. So again, I don't think there's an issue with having regulations. I just think it's thinking it through so that it's a better bylaw. I think the current bylaw is flawed. The other thing I think I would say is, looking at areas which are zoned rural, and honestly, I don't even know if I'm zoned rural or residential. I do live on a 16-acre property with an active farm, but I could be zoned residential for all I know. I don't actually know. But I can tell you that for the size of land that some people have in the area, limiting it to 2 or to 4 hives just doesn't really make sense. So again, not to say we shouldn't have regulations, but the current bylaw, I think it needs to be thought through a little more. Perhaps it's dealt with on an acreage basis, looking at the site of the property in relation to other residences. But I think that it just needs to be thought through a little better than how it currently is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. I will ask again, is there anyone who'd like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Please give your name to the clerk. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Laura Somerville.
Laura
Yes.
Somerville?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I come to you to urge you to, reconsider a hasty decision on this. I met Sean 4 years ago through some mutual hobbies. My girls, who I always tote with me, were great and very enthusiastic when we met Sean. When they realized he had bees, and Sean and I had built a relationship over the course of the summer, Sean was very patient and educational with my girls to introduce the bees to my girls. They would have been 9 and 7 at the time. And my 7-year-old that summer had been stung. She had found herself in a hornet's nest on our property and stung 30, 40 times. It was terrible. It was horrendous. Fast forward a couple months later when we meet Sean and we're in his backyard looking at his beautiful flower garden on his beautiful acreage, and he takes the time to acknowledge my girls and my youngest daughter's fear, and he explains, these should be very docile. It's okay. You can come close. You don't have to get too close, but you can come close. He educated us, and he helped my daughter with her fear, and of course my fear too. I knew nothing about them. I was scared of them based on what had happened to her just a couple months before. And because of our growing relationship, Sean and I, and with my husband and my girls, Fast forward to last year, and I brought my first 4 hives home on my property, which is not in Quispam, so don't worry. And now I'm growing again my own business with my daughters. So my daughters are now 13 and turning 12. They're learning the science. They're learning entrepreneurship through beehives, beekeeping, the cosmetics, the apothecary that comes along with it. They're learning to public speak and to speak to adults at markets. They're learning to speak to the mentors that we would see at our store in Sussex, our supplier. They're learning all the benefits of beekeeping and why bees are so important. So I would have to bring up a couple concerns, is that at what point do we say, oh, how many deer can we have living over here on Pettingill? How many people can move into your subdivisions before it's a problem? When we talk about limiting bees, you're limiting people's education and opportunities with their families or an individual or schools. I mean, at no point has anyone reached out to Sean to rectify this personally, or have they knocked on the door to say, hey, we think we have some of your bee poop on our house. Could you come over and look? Maybe we could rectify this as good neighbors. I don't know how we've lost love thy neighbor, but this is a clear indication of what that looks like. And it's sad. It's a sad situation, and I urge you, because of all the positives in beekeeping and the opportunities it brings to families and individuals and the environment, and someone like Sean in your community, the positive impact he could have here, I urge you to please reconsider making a hasty decision on this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Somerville. I'll ask again, is there anyone who would like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. Please give your name for the clerk.
Yep. My name is Jennifer Anderson.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I currently work in the education system in our area. I have postgraduate level education in biological sciences. And ever since I've heard of this bylaw, I've been so upset that I wanted to move out of town. I have lived here for over 20 years. I've raised my family here. I've lived in rural areas of Canada, and I've lived in downtown Toronto, and I have been happy here. It was the right balance. But this bylaw is scaring me. It's scaring me for our children, our grandchildren, the effect of it if it snowballs. It's a food insecurity thing with everything we're facing, with the price of fuel, you know what we went through during COVID and how we came to the conclusion it was important that we produce more of our food here in New Brunswick, locally. And if this snowballs, and by this $300 fee, you're putting it outside the realm of most families who are trying to feed their families with all these increasing food prices. Kids are hungry in school. It might not seem like that, but this goes beyond being worried about bee poop on our expensive vehicles. I know there's serious concerns like allergies, because my daughter had allergies to insects when she was young. And you do have some factors built into your regulation now, perhaps the 100-meter clause, where people who do have serious concerns like allergies, maybe they could object. And through the annual process, that could be addressed. But I don't understand how you arrived at $300. That's a lot of money for a family. anyway, I have worked in previous jobs in areas where I was responsible for the health of at least half of the province, different aspects of public safety and health. And in the past, I worked in the national office of a conservation organization and worked with federal ministers of government towards conservation efforts in our country. And this has upset me more than I ever realized. My husband did have hives. We moved them off our property at the current time, but I am afraid for what this is going to put into play. And the fact you can't even get liability insurance, that's a big question. And how is this going to affect rural beekeepers and the ones who are responsible for the pollination of our blueberry fields and all of our food? This is about more than just some excrement on a vehicle. This is more, this is bigger. We have to think on it and think on it a lot. Because if this spreads to other municipalities and rural areas, we're doing a disservice to our youth, our future generations. And up until now, I was quite happy with all the decisions that were made with the town, but this one has really upset me. And I guess that's all I have to say. Just really think on it. Because this is bigger, especially in the world we live in right now.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I will ask again, is there anyone who would like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Good evening.
Roger Brown,
Hi, Roger. Welcome.
Condola Point Road. Thank you. First time in council meeting about bees. I'm retired, I garden, and when I started gardening, there were no bees around, and since then, probably, don't want to get my neighbors in trouble, but one whack of bees around and probably a lot of hives. And I've never been so excited in my life. And not stung, and I haven't seen excrement yet. But maybe I'm blind, I don't know. I do feel for other people that it becomes an issue. It must be local circumstances, but I hesitate in trying to pass a bylaw that would affect so many people. My garden is wonderful, and it's my hobby. Participation, I have been involved with that, and I walk probably 5-10 kilometers a day, and I don't go off my yard. And you look at the master recreation plan, the cheapest thing you'll ever do is get people out in their own yard doing their own work. It won't cost you anything. And I disagree with the $300 charge. We should be paying them $300, I think. But anyway, I'd make a motion for that if we're on council, but get defeated. But we need the bees, and I'm also aware, because there are beekeepers around me, that 2 hives will put an end to it, especially if you're charged, because one of my neighbors had a bad winter, and you need 5 or 6 at least in order to rebuild your hives. And there's people, I know nothing about bees, but I'm so happy to be around them, and haven't been stung twice. Once when I was talking to the beekeeper and he was changing them, they were active, and another time when a diesel truck came in to dump some earth and they got disorientated because of the diesel. They are docile. I walk right by them. I garden by them all the time. And I have got the pictures of my garden, corn or whatever, and thousands of bees right around me as I'm weeding. And it's not an issue. So consider it slippery slope. I got this book a year or 2 ago because somebody thinks I garden a lot. It's called The History of Bees, and it's interesting. But we need the bees. So I would be disappointed if you pass this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I will ask again, is there anyone who'd like to speak against a bylaw? for keeping bees in the town of Quispamsis. Please give your name for the clerk.
Hi, my name's Crystal Collette, and I am a beekeeper.
Crystal
And-
Glenn, G-L-E, Colette.
Yeah, I'm a beekeeper, and I have bees in my yard, and my neighbors didn't even know until they smelled the smoke from my smoker and wondered what it was. And I've even canvassed my neighborhood, asking my neighbors, any issue with the bees, and they haven't had any. I think that the bylaw that's been put together, or wherever it's come from, because when I did a search on it, it definitely isn't for something that we should have in our area. If there is going to be a bylaw, it really needs to be sat down and talk with people that actually know anything about bees. And when they talk about a fee for the bees, I think if you sat down and saw what it costs to actually be a beekeeper, you might think that again, because bees are important, and that extra cost could make a difference. Having 2 hives is really not, that can fluctuate throughout the year. Fortunately, with the bees that I keep, I had less than a 10% loss this year. However, speaking to other beekeepers in New Brunswick, I know that they've had 30%. Ontario, Alberta, Manitoba, they've had 40–45% loss. That's a lot of bees. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of sadness. So I think that if you are going to have a bylaw, it really should be revisited, because the one that has been put together does not make sense for Quispamsis. And saying about the bee excrement, the pictures I saw today, I've never seen anything like that before. I can work with my bees, and they're very calm. You don't see a lot of excrement. I have seen excrement before, but definitely not like that. I'm not sure what that was. But I really think that if you're going to put through a bylaw, you need to sit down and speak to people that know bees and beekeeping. And that's all.
Thank you very much for being here this evening. I will ask again, is there anyone else who would like to speak against a beekeeping bylaw in the town of Quispamsis? Please give your name to the clerk. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Rolfe.
Melissa, spell your last name, please.
Rolfe, R-O-L-F-E.
Okay.
I just want to say that I do live on Cedar Grove, and I spend a great deal of time outside gardening, and I haven't seen any bee excrement. And I mainly see bumblebees more than I do honeybees. So that's all I wanted to add, that I don't know what they're... I understand they might have a problem, but I live next to them, and I don't see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rolfe. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against a beekeeping bylaw in the town of Quispamsis? Please give your name for the clerk.
Nancy Dobson.
Thank you.
I just want to ask the council to think hard about a beekeeping bylaw. We really need the bees. And once you start putting a bylaw that you can't have them in the town of Quispamsis, where do we stop? Where do we have the bees? I'm a gardener, I'm retired, and there's not a lot left that I can physically do, and I love to garden. And if we don't have bees, we don't have anything from our gardens. We need them all the time. So I would just like the council to really think hard about it and maybe work more with the Beekeeping Association to come up with guidelines, and maybe with the people that have complaints, just with them, to see if they can come up with some way to help them with their problems.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dobson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against a beekeeping bylaw in the town of Quispamsis? Please give your name for the clerk. Welcome.
Sally Watts. I live next door.
Would you spell your last name, please, Sally?
ATTS.
Thank you.
I live next door to a beekeeper in Quispamsis, and I've never had any issues with bees, bee poop, although I do empathise with the people that have the complaints. I actively plant the flowers so that, I love to garden. They come and feed, and it's a good relationship. And as everyone else has reiterated, I think that thinking through the bylaw very carefully before you pass this is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watts. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? I will ask a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against a bylaw? Please give your name for the clerk.
Hi, Yvonne Steves.
Thank you.
I grew up here in the Gondola Point area. I've been here ever since pretty much most of Gondola Point was dirt roads. I live on the Vincent Road right now. And I recall living there when I was a child. There was livestock on Vincent Road, horses, pigs, sheep. By trade, I'm a veterinary technician. I empathize with Dr. Smith. I've worked with her for years. And Joni, I know where they live. I know exactly where the property is in question. And just like we need bees, we need water. Bees also need water. So apparently, none of their neighbors are having problems. Across the road from Joni and Jocelyn is Ritchie Lake. The property in question with the bees, with the problem, is in their backyard, pretty much. The bees are directly flying over their house, bombarding them on their way to a water source. For some reason, the property in question is not providing enough water source for the bees in question. It's got to be the only reason. Their neighbors don't have a problem. I have bees in my backyard. It's an expensive hobby. I had 100% loss last year, this winter. I woke up this spring, my one hive, I had one hive dead. There's $350 that I just lost. I went and bought myself a new one because in my profession, it's a very stressful profession. I can no longer work in my profession now. I'm working from home, grooming dogs. I can't work in the veterinary field anymore because of just experiences, life experiences, whatever. I go down in the morning, and just like everybody likes their morning coffee, I can sit down in my PJs right beside my hive and watch those girls come and go. I watch them tumble and stumble and trip over their own bee butts. Yes, I have some bee excrement. Mostly it's on the hive, around the hive. I might find a speck on my patio. Oh, there's a little bee poop on there. I don't find a problem scrubbing it off. It doesn't come off like they're explaining, like a Brillo pad, and like I can lick my finger and wipe it off my hive. I don't understand. I just think if you're gonna put this bylaw through, and $300 tonight, that's the first time I've ever heard of that. And I read the proposed letter, I got it in my emails from like everybody else did. And I'm sorry if I'm jumping all over, I don't public speak very often. But, you know, if you gotta take your time, maybe visit somebody that has hives. Learn a little bit about it and how the colonies work before you pass something. I'd gladly invite anybody to my house. You wanna come see my hive? I have an extra coat, extra gloves. I'll take anybody through my hive. I'm sure any of these beekeepers in here would welcome you to come to their property and look through their hives. And they can explain to you what is what and how a swarm happens, because it's actually getting close to swarming time. And, you know, learn more about it before you pass something that is, you know, crucial to the future. of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steves. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against a bylaw pertaining to beehives in Quispamsis? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding beehives? Please give your name.
Hi, my name is Grace Anderson. I'm speaking to you today because I think it would be really important that the council hears a youth perspective on what is currently going on with this bylaw amendment. So as I said, my name is Grace, and I'm a current education student at L'Université de Moncton, a couple hours from here, but I have lived in Quispamsis my entire life and am here during the summer times. On top of being an education student, I am also a supply teacher with the Francophone South School District. And I would like to share with you a moment recently when I was in one of the classrooms in southern New Brunswick. So I supply teach primarily at middle schools, and recently during one of my breaks, chose to help pass out snacks to the students who do not have food. This school has approximately 300 students. We had 150 and we ran out. So 300 divided by 150, that's 50%, and we ran out. Problems like this when it comes to food insecurity are huge in the area, and I do understand the need for regulation and need for safe practicing of beekeeping, but I am worried about the long-term effects of putting in a bylaw that seems very hasty and seems very not well thought out, especially when insurance companies who make money based off charging people insurance are refusing to provide it. It's not even an accessible thing, so it is a really hasty put through bylaw. So I do worry about the long-term effects of that. And as someone who goes into schools and I'm currently a BED student, I love my university program, but all I can think about is if I can really handle what it's like to be in schools today because of problems like food insecurity. So I would really urge you to think about what could possibly happen if you were to put through this bylaw and instead work with the professionals in the field like we have heard from tonight to make one that is better and that would actually serve our community and help us. And a little quote from the town of Quispamsis is that our little motto is "There is no other," and I would like to remind you that there is no other planet as well.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the proposed bylaw for beekeeping in Quispamsis? Please give your name for the clerk.
Yep, Angus King. I'm a hobby beekeeper.
Thank you, Mr. King.
That we pay, Brian and I, $250 to be a commercial beekeeper through the province of New Brunswick. And I think if they're going to have a bylaw, you should have everyone belong to the MBA. They only pay $50 for hobby. Something to look into. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak against the proposed bylaw for the beekeeping in town of Quispamsis? Is there anyone else who wanted to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? I'll ask a third and final time.
Hi there. My name is Sean Millett.
Hello, Sean. Thank you.
Generally, I'm proud to live here, but the amount of embarrassment that Quispamsis brings to the people of Quispamsis on a national level when they deal with issues that they're not educated enough to deal with is embarrassing. And I did.
Mr. Millett, I'm going to stop you right there. We've done research on this, so please keep your opinions and about our staff and your counselors, and you can speak on bees, okay?
I will say I'm embarrassed to live in Quispamsis at this point because of how the issue, it made it forward to this point. But there's many issues with bees that we don't consider. For instance, like our flowers will flower, whether it be a tomato flowering or the plants on your deck providing your petunias. But whether they will provide seed or whether they will provide fruit is a matter of pollination. And because we live in a really urban setting where people keep very nice lawns, a lot of our chemicals may be used, may not be used, depending on the property. Our native bee pollinators are not what they would be in a country setting. So generally, like in a country setting, there would be fields and meadows and people wouldn't mow those down and there'd be brush and debris where those native pollinators would live. But in a town, we kill the habitat for our native pollinators. So when we wipe those out And then if we want to get rid of our honeybees to pollinate crops for your backyard garden, then you will start to notice it, right? Right now you don't notice it because there's beekeepers a couple houses down from you, a couple streets over from you, and they do fly on average 3 to 5 miles. So even though you might not see a hive, you do reap the rewards when you go to your back patio and pick your tomatoes, or you go pick a cucumber from your garden. But as we start to get rid of bees within the town limits, we will notice that. And the fee is really going to make it not affordable for a lot of people. Like, to start, just to buy a package of bees for a startup beekeeper, which is a clump of bees in a box with a queen that has been fertilized to lay eggs, that costs around $200. But then you also have to buy your wooden boxes, and so you're looking at about another $400 to $500. So about $700 just to start one hive. And then if we get 2 of them, right, you're looking at about $1,000. And if you want to tack a $300 yearly fee, if that beekeeper was to have a good year, and Brian might be able to correct me, but I think like the provincial average is somewhere around like 35 pounds of honey per hive on a good year. So that'd be 70 pounds of honey from 2 hives. So even if a beekeeper was to sell off all but 1 jar of honey, they would barely be able to pay that fee that you request from them every year. So they will simply not keep them. So it really is something to look at, to be informed. Again, with the losses, even good beekeepers who use, the mites are a problem which kill a lot of the bees every winter. So even a good beekeeper can have losses. It's not like a dog or a cat where give them their dewormer, give them their flea medication, and they're going to live for 10 or 12 years. The average lifespan of a honeybee is only about 30 days in the summer. And depending on the outcome of them to the spring will depend if you have, like, for instance, there's robbing in this fall. So you'll have hornets and wasps try to come into the hives to steal honey. But while they're in there stealing honey, they might also kill off some of the bees. And so you'll think you've went in to fall doing great, but you may lose those hives. So even if you only had 1 or 2 hives, now you're back at the starting next year, having to find another beekeeper who has enough bees that can sell you a startup kit for another $200, so they can go to town council or to the town and then provide them with $300 to start up their beekeeping operation again. So I think that it's not the matter of should there be a bylaw or, you know, like not letting residential properties be primarily used for commercial beekeeping. It's making an informed bylaw which will better the people of the town. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Milan. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Is there anyone else who wanted to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Third and final time, is there anyone who wants to speak against a bylaw for beekeeping in the town of Quispamsis? Thank you very much. No, sir, I'm sorry. We're done. Kathy. Do we read the PAC first? Yeah. No. Okay, so the next step in our procedures is to have the PAC's written views read. So I'll need that from one of the councillors. Deputy Mayor Scryer.
I can read the report from PAC for you and for the residents. The decision of committee, matter requested. Council is seeking the Planning Advisory Committee reviews on the zoning bylaw 038 amendment to regulate apiary operations in the town of Quispamsis.
2, date and place of consideration of request, date April 26, 2022. The Planning Advisory Committee met in council chambers. 3, decision of committee, that the Planning Advisory Committee support council with the amendment to the zoning bylaw 038 to regulate, I'm sorry if I don't get this word right, apiary operations in the town of Quispamsis, subject to the following. 1, clarification is required for liability insurance requirements. 2, clarification on how the town is going to enforce this in collaboration with the bee apiary. 3, all beekeeping operations are subject to approval from the Planning Advisory Committee. And 4, the amendment to include the following 14 best practices for beekeeping regulations. 1, hobby beekeeping shall be secondary to the main use on the lot. B, any person who keeps bees shall be registered with the provincial apiarist pursuant to the Bee Act of New Brunswick. C, proof of completion or enrollment in a beekeeping mentorship program with the New Brunswick Beekeepers Association, Inc., or other provincial or territory affiliates. Is required prior to a decision being rendered by the Planning and Advisory Committee. D, notwithstanding Section 2 EE1, hobby beekeeping in any residential R zone is restricted to single and two-family dwelling R1 and rural zones. E, hobby beekeeping is limited to a maximum of 2 beehives in a residential R1 zone and a maximum of 4 beehives in rural RU. Zoning for all other zones, the maximum number of hives is permitted on a lot is to be at the discretion of the Planning and Advisory Committee. F, the minimum lot size required for hobby keeping is 1,140 square meters. G, all beehives in single-family residence R1 and rural zones are to be located in the rear yard unless otherwise permitted by the Planning Advisory Committee. For all other zones, the sitting of the beehives will be at the discretion of the Planning and Advisory Committee. H, a continuous source of water containing crushed rock, such as limestone and saline, must always be made available to active bees, beginning while the hives are still in dormancy before the snow melts and continuing until late fall when the bees become dormant. I, all hive entrances must be directed away from adjacent properties. J, all hives must be located at least 3 meters from the rear and side lot lines. K, notwithstanding subsection 6EE2J, a 15-meter setback is required for any rear or side yard abutting a public right-of-way. L, a site plan must be submitted identifying the proposed location of the beehive on the lot, including all required setbacks and direction of the beehive entrance and the location of the required water supply. M, farm gate sales are permitted as a home occupation and are subject to the provisions in Section 6K of this bylaw, and proof of liability insurance is required prior to the decision being made by the Planning Advisory Committee. This was dated on the 28th of April, 2022, from Violet Brown, Secretary, Quispamsis Planning Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I will turn it now to council members to see if they have any questions. If you would like, I will ask Ms. Jarvis to come back in to field any of your questions. Welcome back, Ms. Jarvis. Okay, so we have some questions. Okay, so Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I first want to thank all the residents for the long evening and coming out and sharing their opinions tonight. I really appreciate it. It sounds like we do have, from my opinion, more work to do. Beekeeping is a very important part of our ecosystem, and I'm thrilled that the New Brunswick Beekeeping Association is willing to work with us to kind of tweak whatever, it ends up being. So I guess some of my concerns from reading the letters and hearing people tonight is, the proof of completion of enrollment with the mentorship program. From my understanding, we regulate it provincially, and that being, when you're registered, then you're obligated to adhere to the policies, standards, procedures, guidelines established by the provincial apiarists, and they can be inspected at any time. So again, I'm wondering if if we're just duplicating that process. I do have concerns, especially, reinforced tonight around the number of hives, especially, even more so in the rural zones. We're treating all the rural zones equally. I live on a rural zone and I'm only a little over an acre. But then as Mr. or Dr. Webster had mentioned, he's living on a huge, acreage, and he would also be allowed to only have 4 hives. So I do have some concerns around the number, which I hope we can get some clarity by the NBBA. Liability insurance is another thing I would like to, I almost wonder if it's, if it's that hard to get, maybe we should be scrapping that. And then also, I guess my question, in terms of the $300 pay. So, currently, if someone wants, for example, to have chickens in their backyard, I assume that as long as they're, below the standard or the number, we don't have to get them to come back every year to apply for a new permit. So I'm wondering if this bylaw goes through, is there a way of, if it's at the max or less than, would it just be the fact that this is the bylaw, you can have this many, and it's really only if there's an exception where you want a variance that goes beyond whatever the bylaw says, they would have to potentially come to PAC. That would definitely be a huge cost savings. And then I guess my question, going back to the original, the impetus for this conversation to begin with, it almost sounds like, and I'm not sure, so I'm asking you or perhaps someone else that was involved with the original complaint, is I know there was some suggestions on, that we received from the provincial apiarist, sorry, I don't know if I'm saying that right, in regards to the beekeeper in question not having access or not having water, and of course the bees are crossing these other residents' property. And the suggestion was having a kiddie pool or some type of body of water. I'm wondering if that was done. Did it help? And have we had the NBBA visit the residents to explore? Like, we're making assumptions that it is the bees from the lot beside it. Are we sure that that's what's happening? It almost sounds like everyone else is saying, I live next door, I don't see it. I guess I just want to make sure that we've kind of explored all the options, and maybe we have, and I'm just looking for some clarity on if we've already done all that and it still hasn't worked. So thank you.
And
Thank you,
for-
Councillor Locke.
Sorry, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor. That was loaded.
I know, sorry.
Okay, so as I was listening, I wrote down 3 facts that just kept coming up. 1, the mentorship program, as you suggested. 2, the number of hives. And 3, the $300 fee. And then on top of that, there's the insurance. You were wondering if the mentorship was perhaps a duplication, because if they are a member of, as they have to be as part of the Bee Act, that we'd be duplicating. The reason that I felt it was important for the membership program was that beekeeping isn't like having a tank with fish in it that you just, put them in. There's so much involved that we're learning, and I'm still learning as we go through this process tonight, that I felt that it was very important that we made sure for the bees' health and for the bees, that the people who are going to be keeping bees in their backyard would have the education necessary to do it successfully and not to spread unwanted parasites or disease throughout the community. So that's why I was supporting that idea through the bylaw with the request for the mentorship program. The number of hives, as I explained at the onset, was really from a land use perspective, land use planning perspective, and not taking into consideration that bees are not like an agricultural animal that stays within its fenced-in area, that their job actually is to leave the hive and to go out and forage throughout the community. So, having said that, I think that working with the people who keep bees on a regular basis and understand them better than I do, perhaps working more closely with them would be a great idea to try and find a number that would be more appropriate. The $300 fee, of course, is for our PAC. It's an application to go before the Planning Advisory Committee. It's not really a $300 fee for the beekeeping. It's to go before the Planning Advisory Committee. And I thought, while I was writing the bylaw, that that would be a process that council would want to support to make sure that the site plan was submitted properly, that, you know, that it wasn't just myself making the decision for the beekeeper, but it was more of a committee that was going to see what they proposed and, you know, open it to the public. So if your neighbors have allergies, they can advise us that they have, you know, concerns. So that's why that was included in there. As Mr. Logier said, we could structure it such that it's one and sort of done, where you get your main permit from going through the PAC, but then after that, if there aren't any changes or you're falling within the limits of the bylaw, then yes, we could look at perhaps doing it through a different permitting process. I know that we're looking at potentially introducing development permits, and they would be, you know, $25 to $50 potentially, and I think that would be more favorable from the beekeeper's perspective. And regarding the original complaint, I'm not really sure what happened with the original complaint and the investigation. I know that part of it was Mr. Colburn had reached out to the chief apiarist and was told about the water. Whether that pool was placed, I really don't know, but I have put that in the bylaw. So if the bylaw is approved, then that would be a requirement, and they would have to show on a site plan where the water would be. And this is with the hopes that it would stop that beelining to water and hopefully take care of the issue that brought us all here. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Scryer, your light was on.
Yes, Your Worship. I guess I'm at two minds here. And first of all, I'd like to thank everybody that presented tonight and your passion for our community and wanting to make things right and protecting our ecosystem. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the province of New Brunswick is responsible for beekeeping in the province of New Brunswick. So they supersede the Beekeeping Act of New Brunswick, supersedes any bylaw, correct?
Correct.
So I guess that's where I'm going. If it is a provincial responsibility, and they're very clear that they say that all beekeepers operating within New Brunswick are required to be registered with the province and are obligated to adhere to the policy, standards, and procedures and guidelines. So it's very clear in the Act that they have control of the beekeeping in the province of New Brunswick.
I'm just
That's
going
what-
to stop
Sorry.
you there and just let, excuse me one moment. I'm going to go to the Director of Engineering.
Your Worship, just before we go down that thread, while the Provincial Apiary Act controls the aspect of beekeeping, they defer zoning issues to the municipalities. So ultimately, land use issues are under the control of the community. So while they can say, yes, you can have hives, run an apiarist operations, the town has the legislative right to decide how many setbacks, things like that nature, where the province has a provincial building code. They go back to the community and say, we have got a provincial building code. We don't say, okay, you've got it covered. Now, as a community, we say, now we have building permits. Where can a house be set? So the hierarchy that exists, yes, the APRS Act for the province is here, but that then rolls down to the municipality that says, if you are going to control it, then a municipality has the authority to introduce controls. We cannot prohibit it, but we can control it. And that's the component that we've got to do really with, is what are reasonable levels of control for this particular act that we want to. It could be none, and we could default to the province, or we could say there are specific issues that we're trying to deal with, and we're going to introduce reasonable measures. Or we may say, this is a one-time situation. We think it might be better dealt with at that location. Have we tried this? Do that, come back and talk to me, and then we'll deal with it later. So there's different ways that the municipality can deal with it, but we do have the aspect that we can control land use issues.
Thank you, Mr. Loge. Deputy Mayor Scryer, sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you, because that was the road I was going to go down, that there's two vehicles going on here, one the provincial and one with land use. And so I wanted to make sure that everybody that is here tonight and presented understands how that works. And thank you, Mr. Loge, for clarifying how that system works. So I would be prepared to put a motion forward. And my motion would be that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment number 08-37 regulating apiary operations be referred to the planning department to work with the New Brunswick Bee Association to review the concerns raised during the public hearing process and come back to council with the potential modifications to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment that will be address the beekeepers' concerns, as well as the proposed implementing regulations that can address residents' concerns as well. Read the bees.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scryer. And I am looking for a seconder to the motion, please. So the motion has been moved by by Deputy Mayor Scryer and seconded by Councillor Thompson. On the question, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who has come out tonight, and to everyone who's written to council as well. All of your voices help us gain insight to make better decisions for our community. After listening and reading the letters and the emails, I've decided not to support this proposed bylaw in general. While I am very empathetic to the two residents who came forward and understand that they have unfortunately had their fair share of issues, which I really do feel bad about, I am also wary about turning Quispamsis into a community made up of every variety of bylaw. Even though this doesn't have my support, I would still like to thank Ms. Jarvis and her team for their hard work, and also to Ms. Smith and Ms. Moore for voicing their concerns. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'd like to go back to one of my questions, and I'm not sure if we needed it. I'm not sure if it needs a motion. I guess I'd really like to know, just for our learning, again, one of the things I think that came out loud and clear is that we have to kind of reflect and not rush this bylaw. And I'd still like to know those details, and if it's possible to, again, get the New Brunswick Beekeepers Association involved with the original situation to find out if there's even a way. I guess it would just be really good learning for us. Maybe it is something as simple as putting a body of water on the beekeeper's land, and then all of a sudden we think, oh geez, like he has, I don't know how many hives, but it's not even an issue anymore. Like I'd really like to know if something like that would help resolve the issue, you know, even before we get down to like how many hives, because I think that would really help provide some insight, because maybe something as simple as having a body of water during their cleansing period would solve a big part of the issue and also help inform whatever the bylaw might look like. So anyway, I'm not sure if that could be added to the motion, or I would just like to request if we could take some time to kind of maybe help sort out that situation and learn from it to help inform if there's a bylaw that gets passed in the future.
I'm going to let or ask our planning officer, Mr. Colburn, to respond to that.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Luck, for your question. So if we step back to the reason we are here and the request that has come from council to staff to look at amending a bylaw to address hobby beekeeping leads us to the answer to your question, in that in this particular situation, one of the questions was, did the property owner have water? When reaching out to the province, the Bee Act covers the actual bees and the well-being of the bees being registered with the province, so the province knows who has bees and who doesn't. The defer was to the municipality in terms of the land use and the requirements for operations or keeping bees. In this particular situation, because our existing bylaw did not have anything that I could step back and say, okay, you are in violation of section because you don't have water or you don't have the hives in the right location, you have too many hives. I had no regulation on which to act on. So when you went back to the province to say, okay, is there a requirement to have water or certain things on the property, that wasn't clearly answered. So unless we have those types of guidelines or regulations in our bylaws from a planning perspective and a land use perspective, we do not have the authority to act, right? So this is the reason why we are here tonight, is to figure out what are reasonable guidelines, regulations that are in the best interests of both the bees, the beekeeping operation, and the well-being of the people that are around the property that's keeping bees. So that's where we are. It's going through this process to establish what are reasonable regulations, what's desirable, and are they actually, keeping with the intent of our planning documents. So we don't have that answer right now because the regulations weren't there to allow us to act, to move, to actually to get those answers.
Thank
Your
you, Mr. Colburn. Councillor Bigger, your hand is up on the question.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. I just wanted to say that I'm really appreciative of all of the insights, the continued insights that have been brought forward tonight by the numerous residents who've spoken on behalf of this situation. And I think that Officer Colburn just hit the nail on the head, which is that our efforts here are, of course, and I hope this doesn't sound defensive, I don't mean it to, but our efforts, of course, are to make every reasonable attempt to create sort of a bylaw infrastructure that can be, that can endorse and support efforts being made by concerned citizens who clearly operate with like some very strong convictions that I really admire, I really respect, who are trying to enhance the bee population and for all of the good that it does in our ecology. But that also takes into account the fact that we live in a situation of population density and that there are concerns, genuine concerns being expressed. You know, the original concern on this matter, I wasn't even a counselor when this came up. I was a candidate. I remember sitting in the gallery like the residents this evening when the original complaint came forward about the problem of the destructive bee excrement and the way it was affecting the quality of life for the residents. And my first gut reaction to that was, that's terrible. I wouldn't want to have to live and have that, impact my life that way. And so I had a measure of empathy on that basis. And I just want to stress that that empathy remains, from my perspective, that concern for the quality of life for all of our residents, including those who keep bees and those who don't. But I would just like to stress that this is by no means something that we've come to hastily. And we're not there yet tonight, I don't think either. So the deliberations continue. But we're talking about something that I think it was April or March of last year, something like that, when this first came forward. And so we've tried to learn and to research. And as has been pointed out by some of our valued staff, we've reached out to the province, and there is the overarching Beekeeping Act, which we take very seriously. And so anyway, I really support the idea of continued work with the New Brunswick Beekeeping Association, trying to get a better sense. So we've gotten some great education anecdotally from many of our resident beekeepers. I'm very grateful for that, and I'm looking forward to being able to get this, figured out. But there does have to be some consideration, I think, continued to be paid to those who choose to live in the community and, want to have some sense of not having their quality of life completely upended. And I know that I've heard resident after resident tonight speak about in opposition to the bylaw as it has been proposed right now, saying that everybody seems to be reasonable about this. And I guess I'll just end it there and say, I hope we can continue to all be reasonable and work together to find something that really does protect the important work of beekeeping in our community and other communities, and that respects the quality of life of all our residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. The motion has been moved by Deputy Mayor Scryer, seconded by Councillor Thompson on the question. Please vote now. Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Motion carried 5-1 with the negative being Councillor Donovan. I'd like to thank everyone who appeared here this evening and those who came to the podium to speak. And I'd also like to thank our staff for all the hard work that they have put into this. We do not make these decisions lightly. We do not take the information lightly, and we try to serve our residents to the best of our ability. So thank you for being here this evening. Safe driving home. You're welcome to stay. We've got more work to cover. Thank you. On to the next item. Minutes.
I was sent an email to appear, and I've been sitting here all evening. From Kathy Snow.
When did you send the email, ma'am?
I sent it to town hall, and a Kathy Snow emailed me and told me that it started at 7 and to be here, everyone was given 10 minutes.
And what were you speaking?
To a crosswalk, Vincent Road, and
That's coming up. I was just saying goodbye to the beekeeping people. My apologies.
I was going to cry. I've been up since 4:30. I'm tired. Your worship, I'm just gonna take it. We're only halfway done.
We need a 3-minute health break, please. 3 minutes. Okay, we'll re-engage here. All right, thank you for returning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask a request of council to indulge the question of postponing number 8, unfinished business, until our next June 17th council meeting. This would go on very, very late into the evening. We would have to have a request for change of time finish at 11. And there is no urgency to have any of item number 8 completed this evening. So if I could have a mover to that. Moved by Councillor Olson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer. On the question, Councillor Luck.
Sorry, Your Worship. I do have a comment, and I guess because we are postponing it, I was just wondering, because I was going to bring it up during that session, in regards to the decision tree, because the decision tree was developed to assist council to make decisions during the strat planning process, but it wasn't developed with council input. So we were consulted on the plan, but not consulted on what our needs were when it came to gathering information that we need from staff to make the decisions. And again, I can't express how critical staff input is in helping us make informed decisions. But if we're using a tool that may not meet our needs, then it won't be very useful. So in light of our new guiding principles in our strat plan of informed decision-making and service excellence, specifically striving for continuous improvement, I did want to just share those concerns about the tool. In particular, the first question says, does the town of Quispamsis hold the primary mandate to address the matter? And it's not so much the question, but where the decision tree then takes you. If the answer is no, then it appears that the recommendation is to receive and file or pass it along to someone else with the mandate other than us. And I think that this seems fine in theory, but when it comes to putting the tree into action, we could be shelving a number of things that impact our community and residents if we interpret this question as it appears to have been in the council issues review document. So as per the New Brunswick Municipalities Act, council does have the authority to promote health, safety, and the welfare of our inhabitants. A few examples: climate change. Is this our primary mandate, or is this the mandate of the federal or provincial government? Affordable, accessible housing. Bees. for an example, tourism plastic bags. So my suggestion would be to either change the question to what extent does the issue impact the health, safety, or welfare of our residents, or ensure the interpretation of the question broadly encompasses that one of our primary mandates is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. Or another option is to add actions beyond just receipt and pass it on. So I just wanted to, I guess if we have the time and we're moving it to another one, I'm wondering if there could be some opportunity to discuss the tool itself before we come back to make decisions using it.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to postpone number 8, unfinished business, until the next meeting. So anything that we're going to address in question number 8 or item number 8 will be addressed at that time. So we're not going to take the time right now. We have people that have been waiting all evening, and in the interest of allowing them to do their presentations and taking number 8, it's already been moved. We can see how this turns out. If not, we'll go to the 11 o'clock deadline and go further from there. On the question. So it's been moved by Councillor Olson, I believe, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer to move item number 8 to our next meeting.
She said, it's fine. Councillor Luck.
Councillor Luck, please. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you very much, everyone, for agreeing to that. Now, correspondence, our 9A, which is now 8A. Carol Dixon, request for year-round pool in Kennecasis Valley. My apologies for the late evening, but
Thank you.
we
I
are
was gonna
here
try
and happy to.
really fast, but now I know I'm going to talk slow.
No, you take as much time as you need.
Hopefully everybody's still awake. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to attend and expand a bit on the email I sent to Mayor Libby O'Hara and Quispamsis Town Council on May 9th. My name is Carol Dixon. I'm a resident of Quispamsis, and I'm a retired registered nurse. The email was in response to the article I read in Telegraph Journal on April 21st, and I'll just read a little bit of that article. The title is Town Pays Its Share of Aquatic Center Bill, and that's for the emergency wage subsidy repayment. Some Quispamsis town councillors are concerned over the long-term viability of the Canada Games Aquatic Centre. This sentiment was expressed by some councillors, I'll not name them, at the council meeting when Quispamsis voted to pay its share of the $350,000 to the Canada Game Aquatic Centre, and then which they owe to the Canada Revenue Agency. And of course, the town is required by law to pay its share of this bill, which came to a little more than $60,000. And just the last little paragraph on the article. The town of Quispamsis has paid approximately $100,000 to the center so far in 2022, over and above its annual funding, which I have no idea what that would be, due to revenue lost by COVID-19 pandemic and a hefty payment to the Canada Revenue Agency. So, I have to admit I was a little bit taken aback when I read those figures. And this really caught my attention. And one reason was because I thought, well, all this money going out of the community to pay, subsidize something that I feel very strongly should be in this community for everybody. I have long wondered why there is no year-round public community pool in the Quispamsis Valley, nor have I ever heard any discussion about this. St. John is well served by the Aquatic Center, along with the Y, a pool at St. John High School, and one at Simons High School. Meanwhile, we, the residents of Quispamsis Rosse, have no option but to drive into the city for access to year-round swimming. I will remind you that there is no available public transportation to get people to the Aquatic Center in a timely, convenient manner for swimming lessons or recreational swims. Plus, there is the carbon footprint we create to our already fragile environment with all the cars going in and out, in and out. Time constraints with both parents working today make it difficult to work swimming lessons for children into busy family schedules. And I'm sure there are some here who have gone through that, taking their kids to swimming lessons. Parking is another issue and can be quite frustrating. Last of all, the price of gas continues to rise, so the time, expense, and distance just don't seem to make sense to me anymore. And it raises the question in my mind is, how many people from this area really use the Aquatic Center on a regular basis? Is it enough to warrant the amount of money that we subsidize and pour into the center? Or could it be better used to eventually build our own community pool? There is a large and fairly prosperous and growing population out here, and it continues to grow. And this population would benefit by having a year-round pool in our own community. And I believe the population is probably around 30,000 plus. It might be a little one way or the other. So this pool that I envision would include the opportunity for moms and babies, children for swimming lessons, teens and adults for lap swimming, or just recreational swims, and seniors. So in other words, it would serve the whole population from babies right through to very aged. Since I am of the senior demographic, I will expand a bit on the benefits to seniors in particular. Seniors who live in this community want to be part of a livable community. A livable community is one with affordable housing, services, amenities, recreational opportunities, and safe pedestrian walking and crosswalks. And I think we need to really look at that. It's quite scary to get across some of the roads, the main roads. Swimming is a life skill. In fact, it can be a life-saving skill in a lot of ways. Once you learn to swim and get comfortable in the water, it tends to stay with you your whole life. And in the way of being a life-saving skill, when you're around the water, things can happen very quickly. And if you have some skills, some swimming background, or been around water a lot, you may possibly be able to save a life, or you may save your own just by what you've learned from swimming lessons. Access to swimming year-round is beneficial for all ages. It provides wonderful physical activity. It's a whole body workout, arms, legs, muscles. It's wonderful, and it relieves stress. When you're swimming, you're not thinking about too much else. You're just, if you see people in a pool, there's laughter, smiles, everybody seems to be enjoying themselves. And especially for seniors, it encourages social engagement. Often, seniors today tend to be maybe more active than they were in the past and want to be. And thankfully, there are lots of trails and ball fields and all the rest of it. But as you age, what you can do for activity changes. a little bit. And swimming is one of those things that you can always do, even with disabilities, with arthritis. Yes, because I know even at the Y in town where I used to go swimming, even people with further disabilities are still able to get in a pool. They had handrails and sort of a walk down ramp that you would go right down into the water. So no one is excluded from a pool, really. So in other words, having access to swimming and a pool year-round. I know we have the Qplex pool in the summer, but that's just for 3 or 4 months. We need it year-round. And so having a pool results in more physical activity, mental and emotional well-being, which gives us a healthier and happier population. Swimming, I guess I mentioned about swimming being particularly beneficial for seniors with arthritis and other mobility issues. It's so important for seniors, really, to swimming is one of the things that they can do even with bad arthritis. And we want to, with all that's gone on with COVID, we certainly want to keep people in their own homes and engaged. And this is one way of doing that. So if we truly want to make this a livable community for all its citizens, this is a glaring opportunity that really needs to be addressed. On May 3rd, Quispamsis Council voted to approve the town's first strategic plan with a view to the future. One of the objectives is to include a long-term financial plan and a recreational master plan, which we spoke of tonight, which was pretty interesting and exciting to listen to, while at the same time keeping climate change in mind.
Ms. Dixon, your 10 minutes
Okay.
presentation are up.
Can I just...
Thank you very much. I'll give you 10 more seconds.
Okay, I'll just say that this is a perfect time to start the discussion about having a pool and opening up some dialogue with Rothesay Town Council and making this a priority for citizens of the community. So first thing I would like to ask is if the town could do a survey to gauge the interest in the population. Is there any interest in having a year-round community pool in this area?
Okay, I'm going to turn this over now to council. You've given your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here this evening. Thank you for sticking out for the long term. And I'm going to Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks so much for your presentation, Ms. Dixon. I really appreciate it. You know, when I ran for town council, I actually heard about, you know, some of the concerns about having like a year-round pool, and I totally agree. You know, I think the Qplex is only able to be used for, you know, about 2 to 3 months, and I do think that's a little bit of a waste. I actually had talked about maybe putting like one of those retractable roofs over top of the Qplex pool so you could close it in the winter and open it in the summer, but I have not figured out the perfect way to convince other people that that's a good idea. So, but yeah, no, I would move that Ms. Dixon be thanked for her correspondence and presentation, and the issue of a year-round swimming pool in the Kennebecasis Valley be referred to the proposed recreational master plan currently being prepared.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer. On the question, Deputy Scryer?
Just on the question, I just wanted to mention Mr. Jim Scott was here earlier this evening, Ms. Dixon, and he talked about the open house on June 15th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. So that might be an opportunity to share some more of your vision with Mr. Scott while he's collecting information for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scryer. Councillor Olson.
Thank you. Just on the question, Your Worship. As a matter of interest, when I first moved to Quispamsis in the early 70s, there was a pool plebiscite taken for the KV High School. And it was torpedoed by the people from Kingston Peninsula. It was one of these votes, you know, and it was led by a prominent person from over there. But anyway, I think it was even prepared. I don't know if the footprint is still there at the school for that type of thing, but that's the history of a pool in Quispamsis or for the valley. So it's just a little bit of background information. But I know that we invest a lot in the pool in St. John on a regional basis with everybody else, and that makes it even that allows it to even exist by many hands contributing. So that's something that we have to really think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Olson. On the question, seeing that there are none, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you again, Ms. Dixon. I'll now call on Michelle Pollock, crosswalk concerns at Vincent Road and Aurora Boulevard.
Thank you. First, let me apologize for my outburst. It's been a long day. I don't know how any of this works. If you need a pressure washer, I can help you out. Aside from that, I'm in sales. I moved to Quispamsis shortly after the Fort McMurray fire. My ex and I had lost our home, and in order for me to move home, which is Fredericton, I was told I had to live in Quispam because this is where he wanted to retire. They actually owned the last farm in Quispam on, I don't even know what it, Monarch. So they sold off and subdivided when we first got together. I brought 4 of my 7 children here with me at the time. Thought a lot of them were just having trauma issues. One of them actually is gone through a lot of testing here, and he's neurodivergent, and I spent a lot of my times getting called out of work and attending appointments, and right now he hasn't been in school since before Easter. So there's been a lot of appointments with district. One thing he does love to do is the bike park, and it brings him joy. I'm going to try not to break down. He doesn't have friends. He doesn't make friends easy. He's going to be 13. But now, of course, his little brother wants to go, and he's 9. So I've taught them how to use a crosswalk. The problem is, as was mentioned earlier, speed and distracted driving. It's a very busy spot. I tried to get pictures with my phone, but it's just been a day. When you're coming up to the crosswalk there, you first pass crosswalk ahead sign, then a crosswalk ahead sign, and it's just sign, 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 sign. This is the only way to get across to the Quispamsis Bike Park. It is the main direct route, which is on Chelsea Drive. I know from my own experience, I work in Sussex, so when I'm driving every day to work, there never used to be lights. I believe it's Alderwood, where Timberley Estates is. There was never lights there before, and I would often see kids standing waiting to cross and nobody would stop. Since that light has gone in, that has stopped. And I would like you to consider doing the same for at least our bike park crosswalk, so that as kids are going, funny enough today, my son decided that he was going to not wait for the other side to stop. They know, get off your bike, and well, his car stopped. There was another car coming the other way. He didn't know I was down the road going to take a picture of the crosswalk. And I watched as the truck almost ran my son over. So it's very important to teach our kids safety, but because New Brunswick doesn't have the capacity of the same, I want to say, law enforcement support, there is no photo radar. We didn't see the speed in Fort McMurray like we see here. We just didn't. You never sped through a crosswalk because you were getting a ticket in the mail the next day, and it was going to be a good one. Distracted driving. I know I reached for my phone one day because it fell on the floor at a stoplight, and I got a $600 ticket and lost 3 points. You don't see that as much, and I don't hear that as much here. So all I can do is teach my kids to be safe, but I really need support of my community to make sure that there is things in place that they can hit that button and see that somebody's going to stop. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pollock, and again, thank you for being here this evening. Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Um, I concur with the concerns of that crosswalk, and we have created the bike park just off of the Vincent Road, and it's very popular. And I'd respectfully request council support to install a flashing light. I know that we have them in our budget, and if we need a priority to install one of these things, I think we've just heard a testimony of a priority for health reasons and safety of all the kids on the north side or south side, whatever it is, of Vincent Road that's got to get over to the other side. And I having 4 kids of my own, I know that they're very rambunctious when they have bikes and think they can do anything and want to do everything. And I think it would be, a really good decision to be made with the support of council. So that's my motion, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. It's been moved by Councillor Olson, seconded by Councillor Donovan. On the question, Deputy Mayor Scryer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to the engineering staff, a few questions come to my mind is, do we have it on, would it have to be ordered? The cost of the light and how quickly a light could be put up. I know that we don't like to sort of do quick motions like this, but we'd like to make sure that the summer's coming, the kids are out on their bikes and things are moving quickly. So if just a few answers to that would be appreciated.
Sure thing, Your Worship. If you recall, last fall, we went through the similar exercise where we were at the end of the budget and we actually had to remove another location to put a set of these lights up at the KV High crosswalk. So we're essentially in the same situation in that the set of lights is roughly $8,500 plus tax. They're anywhere from currently they're anywhere from a 12 to 18 week delivery. The last set that we ordered in the fall of last year. We have 2 identified in this year's capital program that one has already been installed. I'll have to check the status of the second one. They are all being installed in conjunction with the trail network in the municipality, so they're being used at crosswalks in the town that are being used for other recreation facilities. So essentially, if council wishes this to proceed with the urgency that Councillor Olson's motion seems to dictate, it would be an item that is not covered under our current budget. It would be subject to delivery of a unit unless we take one from someplace else to put it here. And if that's the case, I would need specific direction of council to do that, I guess. But again, we have them throughout the town. They are great use. They're great items for pedestrian crossings. Mr. Pollock is correct, is that they give the drivers due attention. It brings attention to somebody wanting to cross the street. They're a great tool that we've introduced to our active transportation network. And if council will recall, every budget we put 2 or 3 in and try to get them in as soon as we can. And the 2, as I mentioned, that we approved for this year are already in or allocated.
Mr. Loge, I'm just wondering, the one at the high school, would there be any appetite to remove that one during the summer months and relocate it? I don't know if that's a common practice or not. I know that I've seen students crossing the street there and they really don't use the crosswalk.
Again, we have the capacity to relocate any items that council wishes to identify as a priority. My greatest fear is that we take something from someplace where people are used to see it, an accident happens, and all of a sudden you are liable for the fact that you have a set of expectations. The one component that I will advise council is that I'm not 100% sure whether the second unit that we've got identified is up yet, and if it is not, and council wishes to identify this as a location priority, we can move it. I think that's why the motion is to refer to my staff so that we can exactly see what we have for resources, if they've all been allocated, to give you a better indication. But essentially, if they're in and you want us to move one, we'll have to look at which one that is. If council wants us to go above and spend another $10,000 to order another set in, to the deputy mayor's point, you're looking at a 12, 14-week delivery unless we can find somebody that's got something in stock. The last time that we ordered them, it was that time frame, and we piggybacked on the Halifax Regional Municipalities blanket order, which is why we got them as quickly as we did. So we can reach out to them as well. Sometimes the larger cities have an inventory. We'll exhaust all the avenues if it's a priority of council, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Loge. On the question.
Thank you. I understand it is a bit of a run around to try to figure out if we can get the light or whatnot. But I do think it is a priority, and especially when we have things like the bike park where it is primarily children using the bike park, I do think that should take precedence over maybe one of the crosswalk signs or flashing beacons at the the trail network, at least for now, especially during the summertime where kids are going to be on their bikes. Like I said, I think that should take priority, but then again, that's my opinion, and I'm one of a few people, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want clarity. So are we voting to potentially just take a resource and reallocate it, or give permission to purchase an additional one? Because I think if we have two and you think they've been allocated, they were probably allocated for a reason. So I'd hate to, steal from Peter to pay Paul. It might be something that we can do in the interim, because if it sounds like, during the summer, the kids will be using the bike park. So perhaps taking the one, if it hasn't been already allocated, to do that. But are we voting on a motion to buy an additional one to then meet whatever need that we've already identified that perhaps hasn't been installed this year?
Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Worship. What I would like to do is see what I'm requesting is that the issue be dealt with expeditiously. If we can relocate one, or if we've got one waiting to be put up, we can put it up. And if it's one that we're replacing, order another one. We do order things that are beyond budget at times, depending on the priorities. And I think that this is a high priority.
Thank you. And I believe the Director of Engineering said that he would exhaust all research or search areas to try and secure one ASAP. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Item 8C, 258 Hampton Road, Elm Tree Development, request to amend Section 59 Development Agreement, Ali Kamkar, owner, Landmark 258 Inc. Welcome, Mr. Kamkar. Thank you for your patience this evening.
Thank you. I'm Ali Kamkar. Usually I'm not a speaker of our company, but tonight everyone is gone. I have to take care.
You won the short straw.
Yeah. First of all, English it's not my first language. Sorry about if I some wrong in my grammar. In 258 Hampton Road, if am I right, did the rezoning last year for 100 units, and after we working on the design for all the design paper, one of our engineers, our civil engineer says, why you guys just don't 90 degrees redo why you don't do that? And we think about that, it's a really good point, because we can do less excavator on the land, and for sure less cost and more affordable, and less timing. Because of that, we just ask about the I don't know what's called reposition the building. We don't change any of the layout or any of the square feet of the building. We just ask about the 90 degrees, just change the position. That's for this we ask about the amendment add to our rezoning. And I don't know if someone have, or any of the council, or you have any question, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Kamkar. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I would move that the application to amend the Section 59 agreement concerning the 258 Hampton Road Elm Tree development property be referred to the Planning Advisory Committee for its written views, and property owners within a 100-meter radius of the property proposed for amendment change be notified, and a public hearing date be set for 6 p.m. on June 21st, 2022.
It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer. On the question, Deputy Mayor Scryer.
I know it's late, but I do have some questions, and before it goes to a public hearing. I couldn't find it in the application, and maybe because this is an amendment to the original application. I was wondering if the picture that I saw on your presentation of the accessory building, how it's built into, or the parking, it was the parking, how it was built into the land. Is that exactly how it's going to happen? Or that was the accessory building? It was sort of on a slope?
Accessory building.
So is that how it's going to be built?
Yeah, if I understand right, it's you talk about the underground parking on the
the pictures.
Deputy Mayor, I think Mr. Colburn may be able to help.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Colburn?
So the buildings along the back they may be referring to are the storage units that are associated with the dwelling units that are on the property. So they will be built into the land to reduce the impacts along the rear of the property, so it retains a lot of the trees as a buffer.
Thank you. And the other question I had was the height of the building and the of the two buildings, and the size of the buffers on the sides and the back, and the depth from the road.
Is that question directed to Mr. Kamkar or Mr. Colburn?
So because the proposed development is residential, multi-residential, and the properties abutting around the development are residential, the minimum buffer area is 3 meters. The minimum setbacks are 6 meters on either side and 9 meters from the rear, as well as 15 meters from the Hampton Road. So the proposed development even with rotating the buildings 90 degrees, so they're running with the Hampton Road, meet the minimum requirements, and in fact, in some cases, exceed the rear yard setback. I believe it's off the top of my head. I think the setback in the rear is like 27 meters. By rotating the buildings, you're actually pulling them closer towards the Hampton Road, which reduces the overall impact on the residents on Balsam Court and along the rear properties as well.
Thank you, Mr. Colburn.
The maximum height is 36 meters, and I believe there would be a variance that would be required, but that variance has been supported through this process, even with the original application. So once we go to PAC would look at that as well. I believe the variance was in the order of about 4 feet or so. So the other item to look at with the height is that the design is not peak roofed; it's a flat roof. And part of that flat roof is for stormwater management integrated into the overall design.
Thank you, Mr. Colburn. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer on the question. Please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Kamkar. Item 8D, Hamel Drive Developments, previously Master Enterprises Limited, Andrew Harrigan and Bradley Lockhart. Application to amend Section 59 of the Development Agreement, PID number 173732, adjacent to Route 119. Thank you for
Good evening.
being here. Good evening. Please give your...
Councilors, almost there.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just leave the kind of introduction and background brief, and just we can leave it for any questions. This project has been a long time in the works. I think it's many different faces around the table from when the previous owner brought this forward. But we are looking forward to getting this moving ahead this year. And so we have a proposal in place to largely keep intact the plan that had been part of our previous developers agreement, with the exception of a few minor changes. So with that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I would move that the Hamel Drive Developments Ltd. Application to amend their CPA agreement be referred to the Planning Advisory Committee for its written input, and a public hearing date be set for June 21st, 2022 at 6 p.m. and notice be issued to property owners within a 100-meter radius of the property proposed for rezoning.
It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer. On the question, Deputy Mayor Scryer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a couple of questions, and one was about the traffic study. When I went through the traffic study, I didn't notice any figures for Swanton in the study, the Swanton Drive, and I was just wondering why those numbers weren't included, or did I miss something?
No, I mean, my understanding of the study, and I'm by no means a traffic engineer, but my read of the study is that the study area covered everything from our development all the way out to Hampton Road, and I thought it did include Swanton, but I would defer to anyone from the planning group that may.
Mr. Colburn.
So in the original traffic study that was done, the primary access into the particular development was Milliken Drive and Swanton. I know that Susan Street and the sort of internal streets were not included because they were looking at the level of service, and that's ultimately what dictates traffic impacts and how it will be addressed. And recall there were observations done at Milliken, and I believe there's also some observations that were done at Swanton in terms of the movements that would have happened. But again, we can go back to that particular study to have a review. But the primary focuses were on Milliken and Swanton, as those would have been the primary access routes into this particular development.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn.
Thank you. So we'll take a look at that again, yeah. And the other question I have is if there's been any consideration for another access to get out onto the arterial. It sounds like right now that you're going to have to go up Swanton and out that way, or you have to get up to Milligan somehow through the subdivision. And the reason I'm asking is, number one, the density of the project, and number two is that we currently have a nursing home on Swanton. The entrance to the nursing home is actually on Swanton for the staff and the ambulance, and I'm wondering if there's been any discussions on obtaining an entrance from the Department of Transportation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We considered that a couple of years ago, and then again as recent as about 3 months ago, we had met with Department of Transportation. We had first met with the planning group here. They advised that the arterial was the provincial jurisdiction. We would have to work through that process. So we have engaged them. It will be kind of a lengthy process to work through the application and the considerations from their point of view. And that is something that we are still considering. We felt that in the meantime, given the length of time this project took to get off the ground, we wanted to move ahead with something that did not change the density of the project significantly. So leave the density, largely the same, with the exception of 15 units is what it was before. So in the event that we can't secure additional access through the arterial, that it would still be, within residential norms through those other two access points. However, I think, our thought is that we haven't excluded that option by any stretch, and we think that that would be a valuable attribute to the development. It would alleviate, any of the traffic concerns coming up those two access points. We've identified, I think, 2 potential places that it could potentially work, but it's really just a matter of, it will take about a year to work through the provincial process. And, we were told their considerations will be a lot about safety, visibility, protection of their asset and whatnot. So yeah, absolutely, it's been a consideration, and we have absolutely not ruled it out.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scryer. The motion has been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Scryer. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
It is 4 minutes to 11. I think we probably have to do a motion to increase our time here. Deputy Mayor Scryer.
I put a motion that we continue our deliberations past the hour of 11 o'clock.
Thank you. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Scryer, seconded by Councillor Thompson. On the question, seeing there, Councillor Olson.
Just on the question, Your Worship, is there a
Is there a time limit on the extension? I don't believe there is there?
No, I'm requesting a time limit on the extension.
1 a.m. I would do an amendment that exceed past 12 o'clock.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Scryer, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we proceed no later than midnight. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 5 to 1. Councillor Olson, nay. Item 8E, letter from Honorable Danielle Helene, re Quispamsis 2022 funding allocation under the Canada Community Building Fund. Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to get this up here and I can't. Yeah, no, mine's here locked up too. No, I can't bring up. Hold it now. Let me try it here again. Strategic plan, town of Quispamsis. Have you got Daniel Lane? I'm just trying to get up the Honorable Daniel Elaine's.
So what is it that you're looking for the motion? I can't see it, it's too, you'll have to make it larger. Can't see the stuff.
No, the problem with our iPads is that the information is not aligning with the items as they are listed. So what's coming up on mine, even though it says letter from Honorable Danielle Helene, is the strategic plan.
Yeah, same as mine.
Yeah, I know, that's what came up with me too.
Well, I know it's gonna take a minute, but probably the best thing would be to just everybody shut off and reboot.
Okay, so
We
there,
have some tenders too that, the next meeting's not for a month away.
I
So
think
we
the
really,
tenders are okay.
we need to, get those tenders awarded.
Yeah, the tenders are okay.
okay, so if we,
I just talked down to the tenders.
once again, if you would indulge, if we could leave E, F, and G, 8 E, F, and G, and go to bylaws and new business to ensure
Your
that
Worship,
those-
if I could interject, I was gonna actually ask the opposite, if we could move item G up. Right now, there is a sense of urgency on that one. Rosse had this before them last night, and as you can see in the presentation, that there is a time element with the quotations that have been put forward there with the fire department, with Station 2.
Okay, so we're going to go to item 8G. If I could have, do I need a motion to change that? The order of those?
I just rebooted it, so I don't know if that will help anybody, but.
We don't have to have a motion to change it.
Okay.
Is everything good now?
Yep.
So which item are we at? I was.
G. That we went on the data letter this time.
Okay, the Casey Valley Fire Department.
Yes. Item 8G, Kennebec Valley Fire Department, Fire Station 2 renovation costs, memo from Deputy Chief Dan McCoy, Fire Administrator John Jarvie, and Treasurer Krista Brandon. Councillor Thompson.
I move the council authorize the estimated additional cost of $383,955 with funding coming from borrowing and reserves as indicated.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Thompson. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Olson. On the question, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, wanted to make it quick. While reading this, I wasn't super excited about it because, $400,000 is a lot of extra money for us to try to dig through and find. But we've already started the project, and it obviously has to be finished. And as we fund the fire board, it has to come from us regardless. So that's all.
Thank you. Ms. Brandon.
I just wanted to point out we're not going to have to find any money. When this project was done, we set up the borrowing for the full amount. Plus, we had $400,000 in reserve funding set aside from prior years. So we will be able to fund this without having to fund the money. The only thing is I'll have to borrow more, and it'll be spread out over the life of the asset, which I indicated was 20 years for the building. So we won't be having to find the money. The money is there.
Thank you for that clarification. Deputy Mayor Scryer.
I'm not sure if anybody can answer this question, but in search, in their report, it says being so much over budget, the estimator searched for areas to reduce costs. The most significant savings came from removing the sprinkler system. Can somebody explain that to me?
I believe they come under a different designation than most other commercial buildings, I believe is what I read. Ms. Brandon.
That's exactly what I was going to indicate. That's in the discussions and in the backup documentation. It was discovered originally in the plan. They had the sprinklers included. Being that it's a fire station, they don't need to have those items included, so it was removed from the budget. And originally, I believe they were looking at an additional $1.2 million extra, and they've brought that cost down to the $650,000 that it is before us today.
Thank you. The fact that there isn't any time lost in getting to the fire department and that it is 24/7 with personnel. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Okay, we'll go into the tenders to make sure that we do complete those. Item 10A, Tender Award 2022 TQ04-12, Dump Body Spreader and Plow Equipment. Deputy Mayor Scryer.
A motion, the council award tender number 2022 TQ04-12 for the supply and installation of Techno Model Dump Body Spreader and Plow Equipment to the sole bidder, Applied Pressure Inc., for the bid price of $192,500 plus HST. Once the final project costs are accounted, any project costs beyond the current allocated budget will be redirected from the operating budget surplus of 2022 or be redirected from the general capital reserves.
Thank you. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Squire, and that number 192,500, seconded by Councillor Olson. On the question, Deputy Mayor Squire,
No, sorry.
please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. 10B, tender award number 2022 TQ04-13, 2022 heavy-duty cab and chassis 4x4 550 with 8,000-pound crane. Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd move that council authorize staff to directly purchase a new 2022 heavy-duty truck and hoist from Dobson Chrysler Dodge for the bid price of $164,600, exclusive of HST, licensing, and tire levy. Additional costs for the truck purchase and costs associated with equipping the truck with the required attachments will be assigned from any 2022 utility department operating surplus, if any, are realized, or as a reallocation of utility capital reserves.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Councillor Donovan. So it's been moved by Councillor Olson, seconded by Councillor Donovan. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Item 10C, tender award 2022 TQ04-14, upgrades to Hammond River Park. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I would move that council award tender 2022 TQ04-14 to Terra X Incorporated with the low bid of $382,700 plus HST, with any additional funds needed to come from the 2022 general operating surplus or general capital reserves.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Councillor Thompson. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Item 10D, tender award 2022 TQ04-16, Old Coach Road Water Main Extension. Councillor Olson.
I'd move council award RFP numbers 2022 TQ04-16 to the low bid from MIDI Construction Limited, and to enter negotiations with the low bidder to structure the tender value, remove a portion of Hovey Road water main from the project scope to adjust the project cost to $614,583. Let me see, exclusive, I can't see it. Oh, sorry, exclusive of HST. Thank
It's been moved by Councillor Olson, seconded by Councillor Luck. On the question, Councillor Luck? Oh, no. Okay. On the question, there are none. Please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Item 8E, letter from Honourable Danielle Lane, re Quispamsis 2022 funding allocation under the Canada Community Building Act. Fund, sorry.
Item E.
8E.
Unfinished business.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. I would move that Minister Elaine's letter confirming the town's 2022 gas fund allotment be received and filed with thanks.
It's been moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Donovan. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Item 8F, PNB's request for input by May 20th, 2022, read Local Governance Reform, Regional Service Commission, RSC, proposed new mandates/services. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. Before I make that motion, I'll just say that I do wholeheartedly agree with Deputy Mayor Schreier's comments that were sent out to all of us. I think every single question she asked is extremely important. And, you know, from a personal standpoint or opinion, it almost looks like, you know, the provincial government through the Regional Service Commission is trying to create a group of, you know, almost Halifax regional municipalities for the future. Maybe not right now, but it's almost lined up for that. And I think that's, you know, a little more than slightly concerning, but I'll just leave it at that. So I would move that the town submit correspondence to Ryan Donaghy, Deputy Minister of Local Government and Local Governance Reform, expressing council members' concerns regarding the draft new mandates being proposed for the regional service districts as outlined in Deputy Mayor Schreier's correspondence.
It's been moved by Councillor Donovan, seconded by Councillor Olson. On the question,
Just on the question, Your Worship, I think, with all due respect, I've got a lot more concerns about this paper than what the Deputy Mayor has suggested. I don't think her comments are all inclusive either. And I've got a concern with the whole philosophy of the Regional Service Commission's overall swallowing up the community of Quispamsis, and there's lots of other complaints that I have associated with that. It's going to put it would put an awful lot of pressure on yourself, plus maybe other members of council that would be designated or allocated to work with the RSC, plus the additional workload that would be which would be put on staff, which I just think is unreasonable. It's a giant download job, and I don't think that look. It's 11:15 right now. We've had a busy schedule all night. And it's a sign of the times. We're doing a lot of business in Quispamsis, and we haven't got the time or the manpower. Excuse the manpower reference, Your Worship, or woman power to do all of the work that will be expected of us within a regional service commission. And I think that we should send along a lot stronger message to the minister and to Ryan Donaghy that we've got a lot more investigation to do of this particular effort before we are totally committed to supporting it and participating as a positive partner. So I don't know what you want to do, but I think that we've got to be a lot stronger in our reply to this request.
thank you, Councillor Olson, and I'd have to agree with you. With the demands and the requests that are being placed on the RSC reps, myself being one of them, I do not have the time. I physically do not have the time to do the work that is being requested. Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank Mary Schreier for kind of getting the ball rolling, and I completely concur with Councillor Donovan and Councillor Olson and your comments as well. I was quite shocked when I actually read the document that again, there's a lot of offloading, and it almost seems like we're trying to develop another level of bureaucracy in between municipal and provincial. I have a lot of concerns around kind of, again, losing even maintaining even a little bit of control in our town, and just the the overreach of all the things that in, I guess, the, rose-colored glasses seems like it looks good on paper. But anyway, I just wanted to echo that I do have concerns as well. I think there needs to be a lot more work done on the Regional Service Commission proposal before I'd be happy with what it looks like.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Deputy Mayor Schreier.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, Your Worship, I was going to put an amendment onto that motion that it read Local Governance Reform Express Council's concerns, read the draft new mandates being proposed for the regional service districts, period. I wasn't gonna, I would like to see all our collective ideas put there. It doesn't need to say my name on the motion. I believe that each and every one of us have concerns and challenges and see challenges when it comes to this. So as a collective council, I would like to see a letter written to the minister and Mr. Donaghy to allow us even more time to, it's a very meaty document that is, they're asking for a response this week, the May 20th, I believe it is. So I don't know if it would take a phone call from you, Your Worship, to say that we need a little bit more time to put our thoughts all together, but and perhaps we're going to have to meet again over this document or to get the letter together.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schreier.
So, sorry, I'll put that amendment forward if somebody wants to second the amendment, or if Councillor Olson is okay with that, or Council Donovan to put the motion forward.
Councillor Bigger's hand is showing as well, Your Worship.
I'll get to you in a second, Councillor Luck. Councillor Bigger.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess I just want to underline the same concerns. As I looked over this, I thought that, this is something that seems to be, as Councillor Luck points out, almost trying to establish another layer of bureaucracy. And I don't completely I understand the language and the vernacular of working collaboratively and strategic partnerships and trying not to duplicate services and things like that. But I really worry that overall, this threatens the autonomy of our council and our town. And I don't really understand the raison d'etre of this from the minister's perspective. I don't find that the document really convinces me, just at first review, of its purpose, generally speaking, and certainly not specifically as it applies to our town and the ongoing collaborative efforts that we make with our RSC and with our sister municipalities. So I think I really appreciate the comments that are being made here. I just want to stress that I concur 100%. And I find it to be kind of an affront by the province, quite frankly, to kind of hit us in the face with this and give little to no reasonable amount of time for feedback. And so I figure that we've got nothing to lose by being quite firm-handed in our response to it. And so I hope that that's the, approach we will take. I like the idea of working collaboratively with efforts being made by the province to streamline and to modernize our municipal services across the board. But I don't really get where this is going. And with an absence of insight to that, I'm worried about what it's really all about. I was contacted. I got an email I didn't reply to, but I got an email from a counselor in another municipality who was basically saying, what is this? Do you have any idea? So anyway, I just wanted to underline my, sort of strong opposition to this as it sits here currently, and my support of what's being discussed around the horseshoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if there's any appetite, to, again, send a very strong letter back, but I'd be shocked that any of the municipalities would be happy to see this proposal. And I'm just wondering if we would want to reach out to our Regional Service Commission and not only write a letter on behalf of our town, but then also potentially get the groups together and write a letter, as a collective as well, just so that, there's, again, a bigger voice to be heard. I'm not sure if there's an appetite for that, but, again, I can't imagine many municipal councillors or municipalities being happy with all this being downloaded. I'm trying to be a glass half full, but I look at it and I just think that we're setting ourselves up for failure. That's, I guess I'm not sure what anyone's thoughts are in terms of doing a second letter from the Regional Service Commission in our area. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the writing's on the wall in this document when the first page says collaboration. Communities will pool their resources, share costs, and identify common priorities to offer good quality, affordable, and sustainable services and infrastructure. So that means the people with the money is going to share it with everybody else. And I'll tell you that I believe that we've worked hard to create the community that our residents have supported and have supported with their tax dollars. And here we're going to be diluting it all. And God knows what's going to happen from there. But I just think that 3 days' notice to put in a reply to the 41-page document is unreasonable. I think it's antagonizing, and I'm telling you, I can't imagine the type of letter that would be forceful enough. But basically, we haven't got time to review it. We need more time, and we don't agree with it. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Deputy Mayor Scryer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to have a conversation with Councillor Thompson earlier this evening. The Union of Municipalities in New Brunswick are drafting some type of letter. Councillor Thompson could probably speak to it better, but just so that you know, there are letters going forward.
Thank you. On the question, please vote now. The motion is the town submit correspondence to Ryan Doheny, Acting Deputy Minister of Local Government and Local Governance Reform, expressing council members' concerns re the draft new mandates being proposed for the regional service districts as outlined collectively by council, and allow us more time to respond. On the question, please vote now. Question, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Your Worship.
I would agree. It should go to both. It should go to the minister and the deputy minister.
Perfect. We generally CC our MLAs as well, Your Worship.
And, okay, CC, MLAs, the minister, deputy minister. Yes, all the MLAs, yeah, and the premier. So the new motion, the town submit correspondence to Minister Elaine Ryan Doheny, Deputy Minister of Local Governance and Local Governance Reform, and MLAs. And then we know what the rest says. Okay, so on the question, please vote now. The question's been called, Councillor Olson. I don't know if the voting has started.
Why we don't want to copy all the MLAs in the province. We want to copy our own MLAs, wouldn't we?
That's
No, it says,
Okay.
and MLAs, so it doesn't say the two MLAs.
Counselor Gary Crosman and
Yeah. And the Premier.
Premier.
It's just not clear there, that's all I'm saying. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Please vote now. It says voting in progress.
I will change it, yes, but I can't wait until I close the vote.
Motion carried 6-0. Item number 12, reports. Or I guess that's 11. Counselor Donovan.
I'm just going to move that they be received and filed.
Moved by Counselor Donovan to receive and file, seconded by Counselor Olson. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Item 13, business arising from committee of the whole. There wasn't any. And Counselor Olson. Moved by Counselor Olson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Schreier. On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you, everyone. Safe driving home.